Welcome you once again to another E.A.R.S Research Sultanate. And I'm your host instructor, Dr. Shahid Imani Mohadi Shabazz. My ancient Comedian high name being the same as Dr. Shedawa Mintiel Muhajid Shepsuel. And we have a grand drawing to be brought on the manifest this morning. Morris Ken, par and self. We just seen we wasn't even on the live demonstration, but we're live now. So, Allah is leading on in victory. Sure, we got a grand drawing to bring on the manifest. But before we go into this measure, we already know, as we like to come forth with a reading from the book of fire, all is well. And so if we got our Moors and they are ready to volunteer, we can come forth.
Islam.
All right, Islamism. And we'll be reading from page 189 over to page 195. And we can start with when the Moabites were themselves, a brief Moorish history. Brother Bati Bey, you can read from page 189 to, 192, where above it says, who are the cities of India? Islam. And then we can get one of our Moorish kin to read.
Islam.
Yes, sir. You ready?
Yes.
Islam.
Okay, Brother Marvin Edwards Bey, you can come from page 192, who are the cities of India, and go over to, actually, Brother Bati Bey can go above the Arabian defacement of the Moors on 191. You can stop there. And Marvin Edwards Bey, you can start on 191 and go over to another Moors and stop above 193. Islam.
Yes, sir. Gratitude.
And then we can get one
Islam.
more. All right, Grand National Secretary of the State. All right, and we can get Grand National Secretary of the State to read from where you are leaving off at, Marvin Edwards Bey. Grand Secretary of the State, that'll be from another Moors to above when the Moors were sinners.
Gratitude.
Gratitude, goddess and queen. So, all right, brother Bati Bey, I'm about to do.
Islam.
Islamism.
First, I'd like to rise and give our man of praise to Allah, honors to the Prophet, honors to our theocratic government, our royal council, our flag, seal, emblem, our divine constitution, our swift angels, Mufti, citizens alike, honors to all the Moors that are here, all the ones that are listening. And with that, I begin. When the Moors were themselves, true history will reflect eras when Africans were the first to inhabit the earthland. For this reason, to this very day, his birthplace is called the Holy Lands, because it's where the God self was first formed in human flesh. Outside the then Eden, the rest of the earthland he called Asia. Question: who were Adam and Eve? Answer: They are the mothers and fathers of the human family, Asiatics and Muslims. Question: where did they go? Answer: they went into Asia. Question: what is the modern name given to the children? Answer: Asiatics. These events occurred before the cataclysm which Drew Ali called the Great Earthquake, which created the Great Atlantic Ocean. Most Holy Quran 47:7. The continent of what is now called Africa was the centrifugal birthplace of the divine origin of the Asiatic nations. Most Holy Quran chapter 25. Allah originated all Asiatic nations. The pale-skinned man, through ancient Moorish scientists, was the later cloned by the African gods after themselves. However, they, the man-made man, could not be originated with a heart. The the spirit heart and possessed an inanimate center. Hence, the earthbound character and the chemical makeup of the hueless ones came to be destructive and warlike nature, which was inharmonious, diseased, and reproach to the sun, and omnipotencies of life. Yet they too were shadows of deities made with flesh. Because of these, because of their detachment from the true God, the true God, the pale skinned people and those who accept their teachings were cast out of the Holy Land and imprisoned into the cloud covering mountains and lands of Eurasia, where they remained until the advent of Moses. Still, until this day, the nations of Europe will rather make false claim and ancestral origins to monkeys of Africa before acknowledgement by their Moorish creators. See Adam, see Adam and Eve, Freemasonry. People with short memories or those suffering from selective amnesia do not understand the reason why the Holy Lands today are European orchestrated war lands. Is because it is their finale effort to bury the history of the gods that created them, regardless to the prehistory story of the Europeans, the families, tribes, and nations of Asiatics began from the holy birthlands to form themselves kingdoms around the globe. Other Asiatics from these lands inhabited India, Persia, China, Japan, Australia, Arabia, Iraq, North, Central, and South America, and all islands of the Atlantic and Pacific Ocean. All of these were melanin drenched brethren of the Sunni man. Want to show the Quran, chapter 47. And that means original, by the way, just so y'all know. These holy lands of sun kissed peoples of olive hue extended from the upper Nile northward through the valleys of Kemet, Egypt, lands through today's Mecca, Jerusalem, and Moab and Canaan. It was these ancient Moabites who were the founders of the holy city of Mecca, Most Holy Quran 45:2. Then came the name Sunni, which means original or first. Also, the Moabites from the land of Moab, who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa. They were the founders and the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire. It was the Moorish, a seafaring people which had circumscribed the continent of Africa over 10,000 years ago. In fact, during the reign of Necho II, the gods of the Nile and had circumnavigated the entire continent and drew maps so accurate until it looked like an aerial view of today. This is when the name Amexem, the first true and divine name of the continent, got its rise. They named every continent, sea, mountain, and waterway. It must be remembered, above all else, the entire earthland was given to the torchbearers of civilization. The ancient Moabites are homeowners of this planet mud. The ancient Moabites are the homeowners of this planet mud. Question: what is the covenant of the great God Allah? Honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be long upon the earthland which the Lord thy God Allah hath given thee. The Moorish are not renters, squatters, gypsies, or nomads. They hold the title to their vast estate within each heart. The renters on earth are those who believe their life begins and ends in earth. They exist discordant to the harmonies of life, which breed justice, mercy, love, and right. Question 69, 70, 73. This is why it took a holy prophet to remind the Moorish, the key of civilization was and is in the hands of the Asiatic nations. More show the Quran 45:2. The Moorish know the earth's pulse and lifelines which breathe life from Allah. This is why built major they built major upwards, why they built major upward structures upon these pulses to ensure harmonious long life, e.g., pyramids, ziggurats, and the great river mounds of North America along the Mississippi River from Louisiana through the Great Serpent Mound in Ohio up to the lakes. To this day, the mounds alone are proof of the Moorish indigenous status to the continental Americas. Noble Drew Ali taught the Moors, "She, the earth, is your home, and gave you the body from her womb. The universe, as far as your eyes can see, is just the road to your vast estate. But this is a new age, and the spirit of Aquarius has already made her debut of higher thought activity among men in flesh. Today, there are many to the families of nation, each claiming a portion of the land named after themselves. And although this is not man's final abode, without a doubt, nationality is the order of the day. Is it not strange this nationality was the key deprivation to the Moorish enslavement? Is it not equally strange every person on earth has a nationality except those descendant of slaves? Still, in the United States of America, nationality is the axis that pivots all governments. It sustains commodity among the nations, for the former families of the earth are now recognized as nations, even to the smallest tribes, as the Pequot nations of the Connecticut River, Foxwood Casino et al. Are only about 500 citizens. Small by comparison, but still a nation. It is sad, but true. NBCs are 60 million strong, authors' estimates. But if you see 50 or more together for a duration exceed 12 hours, it's because they are attending church or some other festival. Chinese make up about 25% of the Earth's population, with about 1 billion 150 million still a nation. The continent of Africa is home to 53 countries totaling hundreds of nations. So-called black people of North America are nearly 60 million strong, yet not a nation. And the only one not and the only one not attached to the families of nation. Is there something in error with this picture? Author's notes. The Moorish is 60 million when they count themselves. Their enemy will always generously record them three-fifths of their whole. Everyone is descended from the forefathers and born into nations. Nations are determined by the genealogy of the parents and the sovereignty in which they are born. The foundations of this acceptance and recognition is the necessity spurned from the global expansion of the human race in accordance to their nature, to their national vine and fig tree. More simply put, the nationality is your branch to the family tree of nations, and the free national name from which you are recognized. One's nationality is one's true identity. No one can honestly deny that, as the label on the face of a product identifies the item for the consumer, like so, a nationality identifies the total character of a nation. As no one will see the value of an improperly named product, likewise, no nation has genuine trust for an improperly labeled people. The one free national name of a nation is not accidental words that just happen to pop up into the minds of people. Such historical name often derives from the lands of origin, patriotic forefathers, and incorporates the divine and natural ethnology of a special people. This is why Noble Drew Ali and Angel of Allah declared, "This is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth." Act 6. What government on earth recognizes the Negro, black, and colored as a people? The question remains: who are the Moorish Americans? How can they have the continuity of a nation and not be known? Actually, the Moorish existence has undergone a massive European Arab Arabian historical burial, especially during the periods between 1398 and 1998. There are 66 books compiling the Bible. 39 of these house the Old Testament, which itself is founded upon books taken from the Jewish holy book called the Torah. The majority of the books to the Old Testament reflect the historical and prophetic accounts from the 12 tribes of Israel, known collectively as Hebrews. Basically, it is their story that covers the time period from 3700 BC to 168 BC. Morse history predates biblical history in excess of 5 million years. By no accurate claim is the Bible the only historical account of the human family. It is not the true beginning. It is not the word of the great God. In fact, it is not even the word of the Hebrews, but the word of the Greeks of Europe. See, religion. It is a sign of a major prophet to leave a book containing the portion of the one truth brought through his people at that time. There are many books omitted from the Bible for various reasons, mainly because no prophet brought the Bible, nor was it ordained by the great God to be bound into a book. Indeed, each book was brought to a nation called tribes by their prophet for their salvation and commodity. The foundation of the Bible, known first as Septuagint, Greek Biblos, was the Greek translation of the Hebrew holy books. This was during the time when Greek had become the official language of Palestine. Why is Palestine and pale skin synonymous or harmonious? Medu Ali speaks of the period question. Why did Allah send Yehoshua to this earth? Answer: to save the Israelites from the iron hand oppression of the pale-skinned nations of Europe, who were governing a portion of Palestine at that time. The greatest omitted cover-up throughout the Bible through this Greek connection was the presence of the African people and the Moabite Canaanite genealogy of Yehoshua. Yet these olive-skinned tribes and nations founded over 90% of biblical history. Also, for those readers who are Bible oriented, it would help them if they notice more closely every begat, or begotten therein are through a national descent or tribal name, not by color or label. This explains why there are not Negro, color, or black folks in the Bible or pre-United States history. Only the pale skins, Gentiles of Japheth are the exception. In fact, the purpose of translation of the nations of Europe were removing the great moral, historical, and ancestral sign. I don't know how to pronounce that word. Swing of sinews of the biblical characters. They were completely cut off from obtaining many other books and over half the life of Yehoshua, 18 years until the advent of the prophet Medu Re Ali in Egypt. Actually, the prophet of Allah revealed the reason these lessons, the genealogy of Yehoshua with 18 years of events, life, works, and teachings in India and Europe and Africa. These events occurred before he was 30 years of age, which were secret lessons for all those who love Yehoshua. Have not been known is because the Muslims of India, Egypt, and Palestine had these secrets and kept them back from the outside world. Most Holy Quran, page 3. Naturally, King James, estranged forefather of the notorious Frank and Jesse James, and his Shakespearean posse were the chief purloiners of the Moorish existence in the Bible, but there is no death to truth. Although man may disguise it for a minute, so the Moabites from Adam through Boaz by Ruth to Yehoshua are there for the seekers of truth. Trace their tree of nationalities for the facts. Islam. I'll turn this meeting over to Marvin Edwards Bay for his portion. Islam. Islam, brother, if you're speaking, we can't hear you.
Gratitude. I'm just reading. And okay, yeah, gratitude, God, man. Yeah, I'm Dr. Marvin Evans Bay out of the Texas Consulate, and I'll begin. The Arabian defacement of the Moorish. It is always a shocking awakening when anyone views the so-called African Americans' historical slave trade down the noses of Arabian culture. What most NBC people fail to realize, especially those who have blindly rushed the rafts of their hearts into the swamps of what they think is Orthodox Sunni Islam, a person would find it about as difficult to separate Arabs from trading in slavery of Africans as deciphering wet from water. Although Africans are the paternal fathers and mothers of the people of ancient Havilah, Arabia, the genealogy of their sun-kissed parents has been openly despised in a caste system of perpetual dehumanization. For many centuries, long before the compiling of the Bible and the lofty advent of Muhammad the Prophet, the commercial trade routes centered in the goddamn deserts of Arabia were littered open air markets, traveling traders and businessmen to and from the known world. Naturally, profits breed greed, which creates massive egos that leads to theft and murder. Nothing and no one were exempt from being sold or bought. Commodities, livestock, women, children, and men. While it is true Muhammad chose Islam from among the African religions for his people of Arabia, the new Arab converts, Muslims, would only lay down their lust for trade during salats, prayers. Outside the collective 30 to 45 minutes of daily mandatory prayer times, the kidnapping, dehumanizing, and selling of Africans has been considered a part of Arabia's GNP, gross national product. In fact, what is undoubtedly suffered as slavery by by today's American NBC has been a natural part of Arab psychic. To the most upright Arab Muslim, the enslavement of infidels is a moral obligation and above all other human excuses to sell their African brethren has been dementedly understood as doing the will of Allah. For those who do not know, it was the old Arab traders that taught the Roman popes and their posse of Christian crusaders the art of African trading. From the 1920s to the late 1990s, this Arabian peddling art of direct sales by horse and wagons was widely used in most urban cities and rural communities for the selling of everything from seafood to dry goods until most NBC communities colloquially called these businesses A-rabbing. They would yell, "Get your watermelon red to the rind." Beyond the world's greatest kept secrets of the worldwide suppression of the missing 18 years of Yehoshua life, purposely omitted from the Bible, and the mystery of the true identity of the so-called American Negro, Black, African slave, Black Africans The Arabs during the 25 centuries are clearly the foremost authority in the lucrative business of African slave trading. Nobody wants to dialogue about the topic. It is considered politically incorrect for Western world powers to divulge the Arab influence into their internal affairs. And somehow it has become an unsung secret hidden well beneath the First Amendment's freedom of religion to reveal Arabian contributions to the denationalization of the world parts of the West Africans so they could be reduced into slavery as Negroes, blacks, and colored people. Denationalization is the true legal definition hidden within the three-fifth clause of the U.S. Constitution and the word person as used in the 14th Amendment. Noble Drew Ali said, every nation has suffered slavery due to the fact they did not honor their principles of their forefathers. But what makes children of Arabia such great slavers of so many African nations? When the old-time religion was first introduced through Prophet Muhammad as Islam, its light revealed Meccans, Arabian merchants as expert slave traders. Today, most Muslims will speak proudly of Bilal as being the first convert to Islam under Prophet Muhammad's dispensation. Oh, did I mention Bilal was a slave from the East African kingdom of Abyssinia, Ethiopia? Brother Bilal was, in fact, an Abyssinian national, but also a slave in the markets of Mecca prior to this resurrection of Islam. There was no mistaking the tribal origin of Bilal because he was of such ripe olive dark skin until his hands was the same sun-kissed hue on both sides. This African national, in light of Muhammad, is the most renowned Muslim, pardon, this African national, in light of Muhammad, is the most renowned Muslim in the history of modern Islam. One would think, with all the Islamic holy smoke and of piety, Bilal will be the last African subjected to Arabian slavery. Right? Wrong. Arabs are addicted to the enslaving of spiritual human beings. Historically, Africans have been the preferred delicacy for the grotesque Arabian appetite. It is the so-called ex-slave American Muslim converts who are completely ignorant of this nearly 3,000-year-old predator that now comes under the holy cloak of al-Islam. It is the chameleonic nature of any man or a people without the knowledge of the self to assume any surviving role of their environments. Acceptance to the very marks NBC firmly implies I have no idea who I am. Still, it does not make Pansel, still, it does not take a master historian to see the infinite grace and force of Islam, the world's first religious creed, has never changed the old Arab lust for enslaving Africans. Actually, Islam has, well, pardon me again. Okay, what was I at? Actually, Islam has been used by Arabs to subjugate the Earth's population into either an Arabian thought pattern or to be classified as infidels, Iblis, or Shaitan. By the stuff, I gotta get a sip of this tea here. Got it too. To be looked down at as being 6 inches lower than a whale's turd. Superstitious Arabia thinks a non-Arab cannot be worthy of being a true Orthodox Sunni Muslim. This is why Noble Drew Ali instructs to think not with Arabia. The underlying point to be made here is this: Bilal was not the last East African to be enslaved through Arabia, not by a long shot. Okay, I got to keep going. Who are the cities of India? The cities pronounced Shidis of India are descendants of East African slaves, sometimes servants, sailors, merchants, and Muslims returning from the Hajj that had been captured, transported by boats, and sold to Hindu Indian priests by Muslim Arab tradesmen. From the early 5th century of pre-Mohammedan years to the 15th century, long before the sailing of the first African slave ships to the Americas, the Arabs, now with the Holy Quran in hand, were selling indigenous people of East Africa as slaves to India. The cities of India and the Negroes, blacks, and colored people of North America have a lot more in common than any other people in the history of mankind. Pardon self. The cities of India and the Negroes, blacks, and colored people of North America have a lot more in common than any other people in the history of mankind enslaving man. Like the NBC, the cities have no memory of African ancestry or tribal lineage. They have lost all knowledge of that all members of the human family are those bearing one free national name. Both people, although a half globe apart, have been denationalized, socially prostituted, and permanently rejected as alien citizenry. Right, at the abolishment of their institution of slavery. Needful to say, the Arab thieves who stole them treasured monetary profits far more than the future of their human prey. Authors note the truth of Arabian insensitivity towards their darker skinned African brothers is the hardest lesson to teach to the NBC, especially those who have converted to what they think is Islam and know everything about Arabia from the Arabic to Prophet Muhammad, yet have no knowledge of their nationality, self, inheritance, or people. Without these divine and natural rights, the so-called African Americans are as sheep fatted for re-enslavement via Islam. The African Aborigines of the Indian subcontinent are the first true indigenous inhabitants of what is now called India. Drew Ali refers to them in his questionnaire under the African epic of Adam and Eve. They are the mothers and fathers of the human family, went to Asia. See appendix. As are most Africans, the Negrito tribes people were very white, dark, olive skin with woolly hair. Some are found today in the hills and interiors of India. The current inhabitants with varying degrees of melanin and straighter hair derive their amalgamating with immigrated Dravidians, Aryans, Huns, Moguls, Arabs, and Greeks. We cannot omit the injected strains by British, Portuguese, and French. Needful to say, Africans from Eastern Egypt to Tripoli and Algiers, coupled with merchants sailing from China, Japan, Ormus, Bengala, and the Orient, made India a cultural melting pot many centuries before the European discovery of America. Another origin of the Shidis is many of them were originally from northern Nigeria, but were later kidnapped upon returning from their Hajj. a required, at least once in a Muslim lifetime, pilgrimage to Mecca by Arab who else by Arab who else slave traders. The Nigerian government reported these non-defective losses after many of their nationals did not. Okay, the Nigerian government reported these non-defective losses after many of their nationals did not return from the sacred Hajj. The chief Islamic government of Saudi Arabia has hosted the Hajj since the era of Muhammad. To say these disappearances of African souls into Arabian soils are mere coincidences, after due diligent consideration of the Arabian African slave trade industry, is to deny the little boy with the Quran hidden behind his back is also the one who threw the rock. Noble Drew Ali, the first Muslim to lawfully bring Islam to the United States, cautioned the ex-slaves of America, if you are not careful, your own brother will enslave you again. The Arabian slave masters featured the eastern seaboard African slave trades several centuries before their great Ma'afa of the Atlantic pogrom of West African nationals. In fact, the greater part of the African CD slave trade placed the taste of sweet honey in the rock into the mouths of the future world's most renowned slavers from Portugal, Britain, France, and Holland. On the other side of that coin, the Arabs are revealed plainly before the face of Islam as having full knowledge of the denationalizing genocide into which they had sold their African brothers. The evil mechanizing mechanism, the evil mechanisms of systemized chattel slavery can literally make an entire people vanish from the face of the earth. Still, at the same time, leave their shell of a nation free to walk amongst upright men under the assumption of equality. The denationalization of human beings is both sinful and criminal. The horror of any denationalization process is its main objective to systematically obscure or eradicate the true identity of its victims. To denationalize a person or people is equivalent to skinning them, thus leaving them alive yet marked, isolated from all other nationals and vulnerable to every harmful condition. Because their skinning was performed under the color of law, the denationalized believe they have the same protection as those with skin. Drew Ali described this status in a 1928 address. Parentheses. In all other governments, when a man is born and reared there and asked his name and national descent and fails to give it, he is misused, imprisoned, or exiled. Any group of people that fails to answer up the constitutional standards of law by name and principle, because to be a citizen of any government, you must claim your national name and descent, because they place their trust upon issues and names that are not a part and parcel of, neither were they formed by their forefathers. In Arabian lust for money, the Arabian lust for money, heritage, and power has rendered them completely insensitive to civil and inalienable rights of all non-Arabs, especially Africans. Therefore, they care less as to what happens to their victims once sold into slavery. It is the nature of black market dealers, for an example, drugs, weapons, slaves, etc., to completely detach themselves from the merchandise once it has been sold for the agreed price. After all, the products the products was either purchased by them at a lesser price or stolen for the sole purpose of profit. The Shidis, although mostly found in the western India state of Gujarat, okay, the Shidis, although mostly found in the western Indian state of Gujarat, the village of Jabur, deep in the Gir forest, is one of the most exclusive Shidi settlements. Through the centuries, the Shidis have become divided among themselves and are known as Shidis, Kafirs, and other misnomers. Shidis, like the NBC, are sewn into the hymns of social fabric as irresponsible, lazy, naturally athletic, and above all, not worthy of trust. The government of India, similar to the USA, expects the denationalized ex-slave community to change their pending current political, social, and financial status by conforming to the status quo. Basically, the Shidis are commonly known as the untouchables and are literally treated accordingly. This means no upright citizens would dare contaminate themselves by touching a Shidi. If they have something to give to them, it is always tossed on the ground for them to pick up after the giver is a safe distance away. Knowing this is like expecting the ass to catch up with the carrot that has been purposely placed within its reach, within its sight, but outside of its reach. Thus, and this is impossible. That is until they grow their own skin. Speaking of skin, the skin game known as the Varna color system was enacted during the reign of Akbar, the Mughal emperor of India. Some historians, unbeknownst of this 16th century evil, thought Jim Crow and apartheid was rooted in European America and South Africa. Actually, the Shidis could rewrite the book on the history of segregation. Islam, gratitude.
Islam, Dr. Hatshepsut Tutankhamun Bey, National Grand Secretary of State, rising, giving praises to Allah, honor to our Prophet, honor to our class for this morning. Another hiding of the Moors. Make no mistake about it. The greatest hiding of the Moors is the mental slavery which shields them away from being themselves. Another hiding of the Moors came in the shadow of the Arabian conquest of Africa, which was heavily interwoven with their spread of their cultist version of Islam. National and religious vanity had overtaken Arabia virtually as soon as the Holy Prophet Muhammad left his body of flesh, 632 AD. The Arabian version of Islam was not practiced the same as originally taught to Muhammad by the angelic Egyptian adept referred to as the angel Gabriel. Pure Islam is oblivious to sex and carnal boundaries. Yet today, there are Sunni, Shiite, Sufis, Moorish science, nations of Islam named among the many. Ironically, not one of these sects respects any of the others because each one is, quote unquote, the original. Multiple conflicts were spurned between devout Muslims and the bloodline Muslims of his immediate family as to which was the most pious to spread the perfectly transliterated religion of Islam. Whenever successorship of divinity becomes a question, it is because human ego, like a black cloud, has hidden Allah from the hearts of men. See Appendix Moorish Holy Quran 1 through 6. One side said, Allah fulfilled his covenant to Abraham, and through Africa's Egyptian Hagar, her son Ishmael is the grand forefather of Muhammad ibn Abdullah. wives, his children, descendants, and we are the rightful heirs of his estate, Islam. The others proclaimed, it is we who were the first of the believers, parentheses, Muslims, to submit their will to Allah. And we were there to transcribe the Holy Quran, what the angel Jibril had told Muhammad to read. We heard and obeyed when he was rejected by Meccans and Arabia. This feud of the Blessed Ones took on an earthbound contention of think like Arabia, dress like the Arabs, attached to the religious saturation of Islam. It also caused the commentaries and translations of the Holy Quran to compete with the Hadiths, parentheses, verbal accounts of the life of the messenger, to impact before the true teachings of the Prophet Muhammad. These undercurrent rivalries later produced sects among Muslim nationals and communities. Meanwhile, sects are strictly forbidden in the religion of Islam, Surah 42, ayats 12 through 14. Just the same, today's results show there are Sunni, Shiite, Sufi, and dozens more in America and the world. Indeed, this has led to wars between Islamic governments and the 1987 mass murders of pilgrims at the sacred Kaaba, the center of purity for Muslims worldwide. Arabs, although marvelous historians, often misplace the fact they were the very last of the polytheistic nations of East Africa to embrace the monotheistic way of life. In fact, prior to the divine advent of Muhammad I, there were more man-made deities in Arabia than waterholes. They had 360 gods at the Kaaba alone. The people of ancient Havilah, Arabia, especially the seeds of Hagar's Ishmael, were among the first to digress by holding steadfast to the fall of Adam. Today, Muslims the world over, especially the blessed Arabians, need to abandon the antiquated custom of enslaving people and killing, parentheses, execute others after Jumu'ah. Then think they are doing the will of Allah or adhering to the Holy Quran. It is tragic and sinful for the great people of Arabia to have one of the noblest prophets of all times to be born amongst them and still cling to carnal-minded principles that delude to the institutions of human slavery. No, notwithstanding, this thinking is an error and in violation of the ordinances of the great God Allah. Islamism, spiritual science, and the first religious creed founded by the ancient Africans for the redemption and salvation of mankind on earth. See Appendix, Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 48, ayat 6. It was later developed through the wisdom of the Egyptians, Chinese, Japanese, and Adeptus of India as a know thyself art through meditation called the straight way, from man to God. Over 5,000 years later, the great prophet Muhammad was sent by Allah to return and perfect, parentheses, translate into Arabic, the same religion, and he named it Islam. Islam in the Arabic language means peace. Yep, the same shalom on earth that Prophet Yehoshua spoke in the Hebrew language of the Jews, although he spoke Aramaic. The words of Noble Drew Ali must be driven at this point when he wrote, the Moorish, who were the ancient Moabites and the founders of the holy city of Mecca, Moorish Holy Quran 45, ayat 2, and the same forefathers who are the true and divine founders of the first religious creed, Moorish Holy Quran chapter 48, ayat 6. These Moabites from the land of Moab, who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa. They were the founders and are the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire. This empire included the kingdoms founded with their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brethren, who sojourned from the land of Canaan seeking new homes. Appendix, Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 47, ayat 6. The Moroccan Empire, see map, page 207, extended from Egypt land westward, following the shorelines of the Mediterranean around the rocks of Gibraltar to the Atlantic, and all shore lands southwestern to the Capes, rounding the southernmost tip of Africa. The grandeur of the Moroccan Empire and its multiplicity of expanding kingdoms, today called countries of Northwest and Southwest Africa, was inhabited with cities, universities, and villages with customs and trades. These were in place for thousands of years before the spread of Islam, the Ottoman Empire, etc. Truth is, most Africans called it Egypt of the West. The Moors, with a mixture of ancient and Arabian Islam as their religion, conquered Spain and European countries as far north as Ireland and were heavily influenced with Moorish architect and cultures. However, some of the Moors held firm to the inherent truth of the forefathers, while others were, quote unquote, persuaded to become denationalized and accepted Arabia as the government. While it is true, all Moors embraced Islam and acknowledged Muhammad as the messenger of Allah, it was a strangely mixed demand of Arab nationality which created a split among the citizens of the various kingdoms. To demand the impossibility of changing one's nationality to that of the Arabians was and is as evil and ludicrous as demanding a Nigerian to be a Negro Christian in order to be a free U.S. citizen. The Moors, who bowed down to the sultans of Arabia, were made caliphs, sheikhs, and powerful positions in the Ottoman Empire, which was headed by the Turks of Istanbul. The Turks are the true descendants of Hagar, who are the chief, mufti, protectors of the Islamic creed of Mecca. Appendix, Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 45, ayat 7. Bear in mind, there is nothing wrong with Islam, now or ever. Still, Islam and other religions have historically been misused and used as bait to conceal carnal hooks of men and nationalisms. The divine instructions from the Holy Prophet clearly ask, would the fish swallow the bait if he knew the hook were hidden therein? Moorish Holy Quran, chapter 39, ayat 7. Hence, it was the military cohesion of the Christian crusaders, with the forementioned Bible in hand, and the Islamic Arab Moors, which joined forces in Granada, Spain, and not only defeated the Moorish descendants of the ancient Moabites, but actually began the African slave trade with the hostages. 1492 AD. The religious purloiners of European and Arabs that began destroying the world's knowledge of the achievements of civilization and ancestral knowledge of the then defenseless Moors. After all, the Christians and the Muslims of the 14th and 15th century were the world's ruling military powers. Yet, they were religious and national enemies. Nonetheless, it's not uncommon for the staunchest foes to bond together in gaining a common objective, and to this day, the only thing these powers agree upon is the subjugation of the Moorish peoples. For any human entity to completely conquer a people, it is the destruction of their accomplishments and history which gives precedence to the finale of their victory. So, what happened to the torchbearers of civilization? The ancient ones, the gods of the Nile, the Sunni man, the ancient Moabites, who were later called the Atlanteans, Moors of Morocco, and Mauritania's Haratines. Actually, the only people who truly do not know who the Moorish Americans are the Moorish Americans themselves. Today, there are those in full knowledge of who the ex-slave in America truly is. However, most of them have taken blood oaths to swear never to tell before they die. This evil may not seem too bad when it's compared to certain Negro, Black, and colored male persons who take the same damn oaths, yet do not have a clue to the fact it is they who are the secret. Still, among those that know are the Pope of Rome, the heads of Mecca, Egypt, and the Islamic world especially. Furthermore, when a Mason becomes a cut above, 32nd degree, Shriner, or 33rd, they too are given the true name of the Haram whom they have buried in the shallow grave. Therefore, many officials within the USA know who the Moorish are, see Freemasonry. But this focus is upon the Islamic community, which is spreading like sunlight in the West. Although there are millions of ex-slaves in America whom have embraced Islam, not one imam, parentheses Islamic minister, has taught them their nationality since the Sultan Abdul Aziz Ibn Saud acknowledged the prophethood of noble Sharif Durrani in 1911 AD. This honorable sultan is a direct descendant of Hagar and the head of the holy city of Mecca, Moorish Holy Quran, page 2. The kingdom of Saudi Arabia was named in honor of the Saudis, Al-Malika al-Arabia as-Saudiya. He was the only true Muslim guided by Allah to not only confirm the history and ancestral identity of the Moorish to Sheikh Sharif Abdul Ali, Noble Durrani, but empowered him to teach Islamism as the old-time religion. 17 Questions 17 through 18, to his nation, Moorish Holy Quran, page 2. His message is called the Great Prophet of Ali. As another point of interest, the extent of an Arab country is limited to the peninsula of Arabia itself. It is purely a European influence to call the many other countries governed by the Holy Quran and therefore Arab countries. The proper term for used to describe countries under the Holy Quran is they all are Islamic countries. At the very most, their national name, example given, Egypt, Morocco, Iran, etc., honor that portion of the mother which gives them suck. Appendix chapter 25. And Islam is their chosen or designated religious path governed by Allah. But they are not Arab countries. Only Europeans say this. Needful to say, the nation of Moorish Americans, being a pure and clean nation, will also be Islamic and a divine government. But it will not be Arabia, Arab, or Arabian. As for the Muslims of India, Egypt, and Arabia, if they can keep the secret of the 18 years of the life of Yehoshua from the nations of Europe, and that he did not die on the cross, Quran Surah 4, Ayat 157, then being a little hush-mouthed about a mere 500 million ancestors being enslaved could pose no problem, especially when they were either the sellers and or owners of the slaves. After all, it does stand to reason a seller is aware of the history and subsequent value of his product. So who else other than Allah would know the true identity better than those who took it away? One need only ask those that know law. In other words, Arabs should be the best knower of the identity of the slaves they sell. Islam. At this time, we'll turn the meeting back into the hands of our National Assistant Grand Sheikh, Dr. Shedawa Menti El Mohajjed Shepsuel. Islam?
Islam, can you hear me, Moorish Ken?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Gratitude. Islam, Islam, Islam. Islam, Moorish America. Let us rise upon the seven and give all praises to the great God, Allah, Father God, Allah, and honors to his holy prophet. Honors to our holy prophet, Noble Durrani, El-Hajj Sharif Abdul Ali, that is. We give honors to our Moorish kin once again, here, there, and everywhere. And therefore, honors to all of you who are continuously honoring yourselves by being yourselves. We give honors to our Grand National Seal. We give honors to our Grand National Emblem, National Flag, Divine Constitution and bylaws, and honors to all of you who are indeed a living manifestation and personification of everything that our holy prophet brought to make us a nation. I want to welcome you to another, again, Egyptian Adeptus Research Sultanate session. And I'm your host, instructor, Dr. Shahid Imani Mohadi Shabazz El. And my ancient committee and high name being the same as Dr. Shedawa Menti El Mohajjed Shepsuel. And this is a grand drawing that we had to bring on the manifest this morning, Moorish Ken. Bringing our people up to pace when it comes to dealing with understanding, the language. not only that, but reconstructing our mother tongue as well. You know, it's just an honor to be on the manifest and to be able to reach out to our people and teach our people and give them insight that will bring clarity to many different measures where our people have a lot of confusion and they may be in a state of conflict as a result of misinformation, disinformation, and just a whole bunch of different drawings that keep our people going back and forth. And I like to say, falling by climate, you know, into the pitfalls of human knowledge, you know, because there's a difference between divine knowledge and human knowledge. And we know divinity has to do with that, which links us up to the source. Whereas human knowledge, you know, is limited to the plane of things made manifest. You know, I don't care if you go into any different aspect of what we express when it comes down to science, be it anthropology, archaeology, all of these things are useful when you're dealing with the plane of things made manifest. But at the end of the day, when everything else is said and done, and we transcend the plane of things made manifest, we can't take none of these things with us. The only thing that we can leave behind that is relevant, you know, is the wisdom, the knowledge, and the understanding of our culture and our history, so that those who come behind us can actually benefit from our works. You know, other than that, we are basically here to inspire the people to be one, to unite fallen humanity and bring them out of a fallen state, you know, to place them into a condition of where they are now dealing with being at the pinnacle of wisdom. And if we know anything about the pinnacle of wisdom, then this is the apex, you know, of consciousness. So I want to give honors to all of our Moorish kin, all of the scribes that are here on the panel. You know, we can't thank you enough, family, for your support, being on the front line and constantly teaching your people, you know, demonstrating the love that you truly have for your people. You know, it's just a blessing to be here standing shoulder to shoulder and toe to toe, you know, with some real Moorish American Muslims who believe in self-determination. And why do we believe this? Because we know that we must determine within ourselves that we will be a nation. Want to give honors to all of those who are out there viewing us via live, be it YouTube, Facebook, etc. You know, and all of you who are faithful when it comes to supporting us. We give honors to the brother Jeff Billings. We see the brother in the building again, our brother Ray Sean Irvin. You know, family showing up. The brother Jeremiah Judah, 7,000. We give honors to that brother and the brother the Medu Netta. You know, peace and love, Islamism, Shemotepu, Shalom, Shalom. You know, man, we can go all the way into it when it comes to greeting our family. You know, but more of all, one of the most universal greetings that we have is the greeting in peace. And that's basically showing the connection that we have through the linguistics, if we go into the essence. And that's what we're going to deal with today. As you know, that we are trying to familiarize, basically allow people to become familiarized, so to speak, with the hieratic language, the hieratic script, and so forth and so on. And we have made some tremendous leaps and bounds, so to speak, when it comes to dealing with the language. And so we are the only ones out here teaching our family the actual language, the Medu Re En Kmet, you know, unbeknownst to many of our people. Right now, we're the only people that's out here demonstrating this. And when I say teaching them, I'm talking about from our perspectives. We're not teaching them based upon, you know, just accepting what Rome has put out here, a Eurocentric philosophy that relates to this special knowledge. We are vetting these sources, and we are unapologetic when it comes to being who we are as far as bringing the teaching forth to teach our people because we heard it from everybody else, but now it's time for us to write this history because the pen is in our hand. Who is it to tell you that we're not qualified? Who is it to tell you that we don't have somebody else's credentials? So this right here puts you in a position of where you can't do what it is that you were born to do. You don't need credentials from man to research yourself and deal with your own culture. See, by this very thought pattern, we know we want to call this a gatekeeper syndrome that our people suffer from. That they believe that they have to allow somebody else to certify them, to qualify them, to basically put a stamp on the work that they are doing, or the work that they are doing is not significant. See, this is the problem. This shows that even at a level of consciousness, most of our people are still enslaved, are enslaving their own people. So if we are dealing with this right here from this aspect, and we're going to tell you the truth and nothing but the truth, we're going to give it to you straightforward. We can't sugarcoat it. We got to give it to you uncut. So from this special level, once we understand and accept our own and be ourselves, and that we are the ones who solidify and certify, or whatever you want to call it, our works, and we're not looking for anybody else outside of the self to give us permission to do anything. Once we begin to demonstrate like that, the resurrection in consciousness becomes a fact. We raise from that shallow grave of assumable jurisdiction. We become exhumed as a nation. We become uplifted and elevated from a state of a second-class citizenship thought pattern into being a true, clean, and pure nation on the front line. And yes, sir, we are recording, Brother Marvin Epps, Bay. It's live on YouTube, and it is on Facebook. So, and I actually went into my page a few minutes ago because I'm getting ready to go into some things in that particular apparatus, and I seen it. So yes, we are recording. That's why our family was able to tap in too, because they can see it. So Islam. What we want to go into, again, we are bringing our people into a consciousness of the Re En Kmet. We got a lot of grand drawings to bring on the manifest. We got some measures. Man, it's just so many powerful demonstrations out here that we got for our family this morning. And all of it will strengthen those who are destined to be strong when it comes to dealing with what it is that we have to present this morning. So if you've been following us and you've been looking at what it is that we've been setting out here, if you notice in succession, we are bringing these particular lessons so that you will be able to go back into the archives and revisit them, and also be able to make this knowledge applicable to you. Want to give honors to the family, because we've seen some people, even though they may not be part and parcel of the Moorish American government, or they may have not really came up here and interacted with us, we see that they are taking these special teachings and the wisdom that we bringing out here, and they are starting now to question those who promote solely the Eurocentric thought pattern. I want to give a prime example of that. But what I want to do, I want to present my screen real quick, and we'll proceed forth from here into what it is that we have to bring on the manifest. These things, we want to keep our people update with this. Update. Okay, here we go. And some things I seen out here, and we seen our family. Okay, here we go right here. Hopefully this demonstration let us come through, because sometimes they act like they don't want to play. And these are a few clippings I want our family to look at in the recent developments within our people having these talks in the community. Mashallah. We'll see if we can get this demonstration right. Let's see. If not, we'll move ahead with what we had to bring on the manifest. It ain't gonna stop the show. Let that demonstration do what it do, because we know Rome do what they want to do, especially when it comes to trying to bring clarity to our family. There are a lot of things that they try to keep secret, so to speak. You know what? And I may be able to do something else even better. I may be able to do something even better. I may be able to just, being that is, I see what it does here, I may be able to just do this right here. Not share it. And then maybe I might be able to play this demonstration. It's a clashing going on, and maybe it's clashing like this right here because of the numerous platforms that I'm utilizing. I may be able to do something else too. I tell you what, this is what I'm gonna do. Let's see. Grand Secretary of the State, Sister Shepsu Tutankhamun Bay.
It's on.
Islam Goddess and Queen, can you go to my page and share from your end? Because it's right there on my page. And I'll open the screen up for you to share from your side and see if it'll allow you to have a play rather than me, because I'm up here streaming and broadcasting. Islam.
All right.
It's just a few clips I want our people to hear. They need to hear this. This is very important that they hear this demonstration. And just let me know when you're ready to share, and we'll share it once you get to my page. You can pull it up. Mashallah.
All right. I'm at your page.
Okay, Islam. And then when you do your screen share and just I see it come up there, and I allow you to present it. And, you can scroll down the page and you'll see them same videos there.
All right, hold on. Let me just get it separate.
All right. Since they don't like me to share on my end no more.
That's crazy.
Not so I got it open, not from my side, in case.
Do you have it?
Yes, ma'am.
No, I mean I've got it up. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. I got it. You got I ain't seen it pop up in the queue yet. You did you hit the present or the sharing yet?
That would help, wouldn't it?
It's low.
Praise Allah.
There we go. It's low.
Can you see it now?
Yeah, but that's our video right there. The one I'm talking about is on the Facebook page.
Yeah, I'm on Facebook.
And when you scroll down, you're gonna see a bunch of video clips. Oh yeah, you just got to scroll down to the video clips is what it is. Let me open it up. Oh yeah, you're almost there. Yeah, just a little bit more. A little bit more, and like a few clips there. There they go. You can keep scrolling until you get to the last one that you can see there.
Okay. Scroll all the way down.
Yeah, now go back to the other you had. That last one that was there. That video clip that you went by. And that's the one I was playing. And so once you get to it, you can just mash
this
play.
One?
Yeah, that video right above the chairman. And then we're going to go through the other ones above that too. Islam. and see. It should let you play it because over here, I guess, cause maybe I'm attached to YouTube. Ain't no telling. We're gonna see what happens when you play it, though. You might be able to play it.
See, I'm getting a spinning. I'm getting a spinning.
It seems like you're trying to force
Can
a
y'all hear it?
conversation, essentially out
Oh
of
yeah,
Reggie,
we hit.
that essentially not on the should be had in the lodge.
Yeah, I don't mind. I'm not. Again, I asked a question.
That's the information that you seem like you're trying to pull out of her brother. Am I correct? Should this conversation be held in a lodge?
No, it don't have to be held in the lodge. No, it don't. Not at all.
All right, brother.
I mean, we can have it. Me and Reggie can have a private conversation. Me, Reggie, and anybody else can have a private conversation. Again, I just made a point. And my
But
point
you made a
was,
point because you made a point in regards of it being deciphered, hidden in code.
Yes, that's the only point. And Reggie asked me to come on, in which I did. I'm saying that
As you know as well as I do, certain knowledge is being hidden from people because they're not enlightened into that knowledge.
That is correct.
So why are we engaging in this conversation? It seems like you're trying to force a conversation essentially out of Reggie that essentially not on the internet should be had in the lodge.
Okay, you can stop that, Grand National Secretary of the State.
That's the information that you seem like you're trying to pull out of her brother.
Say it again,
Okay.
Dr. Shaheed.
Yeah, I say you can stop that one right there because it's just gonna loop again. But you can get the next one ready. And while you getting the next one ready, I want our family to understand what the brother just said. Because see, this brother was asking the other brother, which we done had a lot of dialogue, you know, the brother Reggie. This other brother was asking him about the cryptography of, you know, the glyphs and saying that it had never been deciphered. So, you know, we had just put the concept out here recently on the Ptolemaic hieroglyphs and how they dealt with a lot of cryptography, reverse engineered and hiding certain things. You know, so here's a brother asking the questions behind this, and another brother comes forth and he tell him basically, what you trying to force, you know, this brother to have a conversation about information that's supposed to be kept in a lodge, that's supposed to be hidden. You see, this is, you know, the prime example of what the chairman and we always talk about when it comes to that Western Freemasonic thought pattern. You don't even supposed to be studying and present certain things because this is for a chosen few or a clique over here, a little group over there. That's not how we deal with the truth. We don't move on a level of fear when we teach. We move upright, independent, and fearless. You know, nobody has a monopoly over what it is we have to bring forth. You see, but it's important that our families see this because this is the same thought pattern that has been coming against not just us here in the Moorish American government or myself when I be out there on the front line, but this is the thought pattern that has hijacked the conscious community. So that's why they want you to believe when we tell you the things we tell you, oh, that's crazy. They want to keep you in the dark because we are the ones that are giving you the truth and bringing this stuff directly to you. And you can see some of the people in the comments like, what? Wait a minute. Why we can't talk about it? Why we got to talk about it in a lodge? You see? And all the while we telling them that people have been trying to keep these things away from them. And so when they look at people like us bringing these things on the manifest, they like, oh, these ones revealing the secret. They ain't a part of our demonstration, so we're going to make a nuisance on their posts to confuse the people that's listening to them. You know, and basically that's what they're doing. They're trying to block you from getting this knowledge. So hit the next video, Grand National Secretary of the State. Islam.
Islam is spinning right now.
Yeah, you're gonna load up though. That's what it do in the beginning, but it'll load up. Mine, it ain't got nothing going.
He said it's been deciphered. I'm saying it has not been deciphered because a cipher is a hidden message within that message.
It's a code. Yes, it's a code.
Yes, it's a code. That's what it's a code thing. We got to understand what the code is saying. That's all I said. So that says the fact that the Medu Re has not been deciphered because it's a hidden code there.
Now, okay, so now
Now this is going to another level, though.
yeah, so
Yes, it is another level. Yes, it is.
First, what I did was I did something very few people can do, but Smash can do it. La has skills in the metaneture. We translated the symbols, which were codes, right, into we transliterated them into hypothetical sounds.
He said it's been deciphered. I'm saying it has not been deciphered because a cipher is a hidden message within that message. It's
Okay, you
hidden.
can stop
It's a
that
code.
grand
It's a code. That's what it's a code thing. We got to understand what the code is saying. That's all I said. So
That's it,
As
Mo.
we hear, yeah, you can pause it right there, and you can pull the next one up. And if you listen, you hear this one saying that this demonstration had been deciphered. It's a cipher. It's a hidden code. Now, how many times y'all done heard me telling this same brother this when we was conversating with him, about the codes that are within the actual measures. When you understand the pictorial script, and he even agreed to it. Yet when they conversate with me,
This
they try to act
conversation
like
be
they
held
don't
in a
know
lodge.
what's being said, right? When they conversate with me, they try to act as if they don't know nothing about, this demonstration when it come to being a hidden cryptography in relation to dealing with the language, the hidden codes that are there in the language. And to be honest with you, the brother really don't have that knowledge. He know his codes there, but he don't have that special knowledge. Or if he do, the little knowledge he do have, he ain't willing to share that with the people. And you see this other brother that's there, he basically saying they ain't got no business looking into it. So we give honors to the other brother that's asking these questions because he actually is exposing the hand of these ones that have been so disingenuous when we sit there and go back and forth. So it's important that we show our family this so they can see that our people knew this all the while. They already knew that the meta has another meaning, but they want to keep it hidden. They want to keep it a secret. We keep it sacred. Go ahead, Grand National Secretary, with the other clip. Islam.
no, don't have to be held in a lodge. No, it don't. Not at all. Me and Mick have a conversation. Me, Reggie, and anybody else can have a private conversation. Again, I just made a point. And my
But
point
you made a
was
point.
because
You made a point. You made a point in regards of it being deciphered, hidden in code.
yes, that's the only point. And Reggie asked me to come on, in which I did. I'm saying that
As you know as well as I do, certain knowledge is being hidden from people because they're not enlightened into that knowledge.
that is correct.
So why are we engaging in this conversation, brother?
Because you need to be enlightened, my brother. You can regurgitate any information and not be enlightened to what the information is truly talking about, but yet you consider yourself a teacher.
Whoa.
Islam.
This conversation be held in a lodge.
Islam. Gratitude, Grand Secretary of the State.
Hot fire.
Yes,
Islam.
sir.
Now check them out. Now, if you look in the chat, you see the people saying, well, what's the code? So the people want to know, what's this code right here, man? What's the code? Tell us. They ain't gonna tell you. They letting you know they ain't gonna tell you. You see? And so, this is what we're talking about here now. Now, go ahead to the next clip, Grand National Secretary of the State. Cause it get better. We got to put this demonstration out here. All the while we've been sitting down talking to these people instead of being honest and saying, yeah, brother, you right. And I don't care about being right, but right for the sake of the people, letting them know what's going on. Y'all want to keep it a secret because y'all think it's supposed to be held in a conversation of a lodge. There you go. You can go ahead, Grand Secretary of the State.
Engage in a dialogue back and forth with him about a hidden knowledge that he agreed to that essentially should be held in a back chat somewhere else. So if it's truthfully knowledge that's supposed to be spoken to us as myself and other students that are going to get on the lecture tonight, inshallah, God willing, we are learning as students to learn knowledge, not to debate, not to do the back and forth with the brother.
Yeah. So you're correct. What I was trying to do, and I used what he was saying as an example to show that the codes of the meta nature, which are these codes right here, right?
I know exactly what codes you were talking about.
Right? So we could understand what they are, right? We can understand that we are so that we can get some comprehension. Now, I'm not here to be talking about the secret knowledge of this because
he's basically baiting you
Okay,
to
you can stop
engage
that
in a dialogue back and forth with him about a hidden knowledge.
Some.
Oh, okay, there we go again. So this brother going hard on trying to block ones from getting this knowledge over here. And then Reggie say, well, I'm not here to talk about the secret knowledge, in relation to dealing with these codes and so forth and so on. Now we ain't here to beat our people up. That ain't what we doing right now. We ain't here to slander or none of that. What we here to do is point out the problem with as to the reason. This ain't just dealing with the Egyptian knowledge and the language. This is the reason why we are demonstrated upon with these type of measures, and they have led us basically in no direction other than back to our own enslavement. This is why it's hard for you to get the knowledge, because there's people out here, but there's nobody exposing this. Don't nobody want to talk about this. You see, Brother Shaheed don't care nothing about all that. I wish a member would. Scared of who? So we here to teach the truth, and so we're gonna get a drawing off this last clip right here. We're gonna make it plain to you. Go ahead, Grand Secretary of the State.
now all this Masonic stuff and talking on a lodge, Lob knows a little bit more about that than I am in a system, but how can I say? There's other systems. Now, if he was part of that process, he would have never talked to me publicly. He would have never tried publicly to get me to reveal something that maybe I took an oath to not to reveal. He would have never done that to me, right? If he would have talked to Dr. Ben, who was a Shriner, Dr. Ben, what's happening. Now, all this Masonic stuff and talking on a lodge, Lob knows a little bit more about that than I am in a system, but how can I say? There's other systems. Now, if he was part of that process, he would have never talked to me publicly. He would have never tried publicly to get me to reveal something that maybe I took an oath to not to reveal. He would have never done that to me, right? If he would have talked to Dr. Ben, who was a Shriner, Dr. Ben would have cursed him out and told him to read a bunch of books and think whatever you want to think. I mean, what's happening?
All right,
all this stuff and
that's the last one. What?
Talking on a lodge.
Are you kidding me? What? Now y'all heard it, family. I can't make this stuff up. I'm not making it up. Straight from the horse's own mouth. You heard it. One being a part of a system. And this is what we call the spirit of secrecy. It won't even allow you to come out and tell the truth, with clarity, so to speak. That tiptoeing through the tulips, so to speak, right? And that's why it's not necessary to take oaths to men, people. You take a sacred vow to the Creator and to yourself, your higher self. You don't take oaths. Oaths are made to men. Sacred vows are made to the Creator in yourself. In other words, you have integrity. You see, you don't have pseudo integrity, which comes from dealing with what you are doing to appease to man. You see, you have true integrity. And then I'm going to tell you something else that a lot of our people suffer from. They suffer from what is called sophomania. You know, and sophomania is basically someone who feel that they are so superior in their intellect that you crazy for trying to tell them something when in all actuality they are not at the sharpest knife in the kitchen. You see? And this is just speaking in general. But that's what our people have been suffering from. Sophomania put our people in a state to where they think that they right even though they wrong. And they don't think that somebody can tell them anything. You know, look it up. Look at what a sophomaniac is. And I'm just speaking this in general, not in application to the brothers that were speaking, but I'm telling you what our people have been suffering from. Sophomania. And this is another thing. I'm going to tell you something else that happened, family. There's another drawing that it relates to actually dealing with the measure of being disingenuous and building straw man arguments. For example, I may be arguing the point, you know, emphasizing the point, so to speak, or driving home a point that's dealing solely with the concept of getting our people to comprehend, you know, the hieratic and telling you that the Medu Re has not been deciphered. You know, I may go into the Ptolemaic hieroglyphs to show you this and show you things even in writing that have been recorded. But someone that is trying to gaslight a situation, or someone that is trying to what we call misdirect or derail, because there is a such thing in, you know, the intellectual community as derailing conversation. They would derail the conversation and create a whole nother conversation that has nothing to do with the conversation at hand. And then they will attack that conversation that they created to make the people that are listening believe that you were saying what they had said, which didn't have nothing to do with what you said. And then next thing you know, they got a bandwagon running behind them thinking that they have proved you wrong or proved you false. That's the prime example of what we call a straw man argument. And this is what we see people doing. It is disingenuous and it's dishonest to the public. And this actually proves that these people feel they're so superior that the public that's listening to them are ignorant, or they dumb or stupid or whatever you want to call it. You so at much of the ignoramus in their mind to where they can say these things because they know you're going to hear it, especially if they try to put it in an eloquent tone. You see, and so now they done derailed the whole conversation and they begin to argue and drive home on the point they interjected into the conversation. And now you done forgot about what was being spoken about. You see, they've been doing it. This is the methodology that has been going on in the conscious community. And a lot of times, if you go do the research, there's a psyche behind that thought pattern. The psyche of that thought pattern of a derailer is that they are insecure in their own information. And sometimes they can be doing this subconsciously and not consciously. Don't even know that they're doing it because they are so much in fear of being wrong or so much in fear of being exposed to where they naturally demonstrate this type of behavior. You see? So this is what's been going on with these particular ones, all to hide the truth or cover up a truth because they have been pushing a narrative which is false, most of them. And when that narrative which is false has been pushed, now I got to keep pushing it. So if somebody come out there just speaking in general, they feel like you are attacking them or you attacking their work, or they feel necessary they have to defend their work because we can't let this thought take root in the people. We can't let this particular state of consciousness get into people, because that's going to expose me as a fraud. That's how they think. Instead of saying, you know what, man, I was wrong for taking everything the Europeans say at face value. You know, the brother right. We do need to go ahead and start writing our own books. You know, one would question and say, why is it that if we are a Kemetic community and we got so many Kemetic priests since the 60s, why haven't they got out there and retranslated the Medu Re? Since they so pro us, you know, why is it that they have not transliterated their own work and they still depending on the works of E.A.R.S Budge? You know, they still depending on the work of Gaston Maspero. Nothing wrong with it. I read all these particular works. And so when you talk and you say these things right here, family, you know, they want you to believe, oh, he say, don't read the European stuff. He being racist. So they try to pull that card right there. Well, if that's the case, then don't read none of the European material then, because all of it come from the European. That's the point I'm trying to make. And that's the problem. That all of the information coming from the European. Nothing wrong with the fact, and we know he didn't even, let's be honest about it, the European didn't translate nothing. He didn't transliterate nothing. It was the natives of the land of ancient Kemet that did the transliteration. It was Coptic Christians, you know, who gave them insight, and other different people, you know, who came forth. So that the average Egyptian dictionary consists of a little bit of Coptic, which was the mostly relevant and last form of the language. You see, and then you had those who were familiar with the Demotic. E.A.R.S Budge say this his whole self. He called them dermatologists. He said they were the ones who came forth, you know, and basically aided him in this. He didn't do it. He said he was guessing. So after they transliterated certain things, then he took it upon himself to reproduce his own dictionary based upon his understanding of the definition they gave him. That's just like somebody give you a definition of a word in Spanish. You know, and you say, all right, I want to produce my own Spanish dictionary. You gave me one word. All I need is a thesaurus after that, and build upon the one word and choose from the words in the thesauruses with all the different meanings, and then select definitions based upon the words that I did. That's how simple it is. You see, that's basically all the European did, and then took credit for the work. After he got a few words translated or transliterated by the natives. So this is the part that many of our people are missing. They don't comprehend the fact that this was not translated by the European. How? How could they do this when they didn't know the knowledge? And then they want to argue. Again, Champollion was the one who deciphered the Medu Re, so the Medu Re has been deciphered. But they won't tell you, or some of them don't even know or can't even comprehend the fact that this is what you can't get around. When you talk about the Ptolemaic hieroglyphs, we're going to emphasize this again. We're going to use that hammer of repetition because it needs to be known for those who still caught up in thinking that, you know, the hieroglyphics are a phonetic language. You see, instead of metaphysics, instead of a code, like we just pointed out a few minutes ago. Champollion, in his decipherment, 2 chief monuments were used. One of them was the Ptolemy, originated by Ptolemy, Rosetta Stone. Ptolemy originated it, and this is why he found Ptolemy's name in the stone, because there are no Ptolemies in ancient Kemet. The Ptolemaic dynasty came forth in the 33rd dynasty. That's why we say, well, and we already know the Kemetic dynasty, you know, that come on to manifest, you know, in, 360 BC, which was 33rd or 33, if you want to do it, 330 BC. You know that when you come out of that demonstration, 30 years into it, this is what the Ptolemies came forth, and they created a Rosetta Stone. They looked at the symbols that were on the wall, came up with a process of reverse engineering, and added 7,000 more symbols to the language that wasn't in there before. So if it was 700, because they always say 700, 750, 600, some people say, if you put those original symbols in the mix with 7,000 more, I don't care how you try to fix it or put it up together, this will also allow the original symbols to become engulfed, or they will become sucked up, you know, in those 7,000s. You see, that's just natural. Think about it, family. We can even see that with cars. If you go out into a parking lot, you know, and it was basically your car was the only one there, you know, and you see a whole parking lot full of cars, when you go out there after coming back outside, you know, you might have to take a little quick look a little deeper, you know, to see where your vehicle at. If somebody got one like yours in that area, you might even go over to it and pull the door latch, thinking it's your vehicle. So basically, you know, your car wouldn't get lost, so to speak, to that extent. But I'm giving that example as a hypothetical expression to show our family how easy it is for the original alphabets that were created by the ancestors to get lost in the Ptolemaic system that was newly created. You see? And so once those alphabets become, we can say, immersed in the Ptolemaic system, then this automatically waters down the original. Not the meaning of what our ancestors demonstrated, because our ancestors know what they demonstrated. But if Ptolemy come forth later and he created his own system, which they did based upon this, you know, through Champollion later on, then now this is a totally different demonstration. So when I say the European created the Ptolemaic hieroglyphs, I'm not talking about the original symbols. And see, they'll try to bring forth an argument to confuse you and make you think I'm saying the European, you know, created the hieroglyphs, and now we all know historically the ancient Egyptians was the ones that actually brought forth the symbols in their own monuments. So if they can get you to believe that I'm arguing against that, then they say, oh, this brother crazy. He believed the European created it. See, this is how they play it on your consciousness. Because what I'm saying is too deep for the average mind to comprehend. Which is really it's comprehensive to those who are willing to learn. But it's too deep for those who are only looking at things from a shallow level. You see, so they think that this is made up. They know better, the ones who know exactly what I'm saying. But they want you to believe that, oh yeah, he's saying the hieroglyphics, the actual symbols now, that came forth during the time of 3000 BC, you know, they got them that was on the manifest. They want you to believe that I'm saying them was created by the European. And that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the symbols were already created by our ancestors, but they didn't demonstrate the science of interpretation of those symbols as we do it presently. You see, this was made up. And so when you find out that the Rosetta Stone came from the Ptolemaic people, they created it, they made it, put Ptolemy name and all that in there. That's the evidence that it come from them. So you can't say the Rosetta Stone came from ancient Egyptians. So if the Rosetta Stone came from Ptolemy, right? How can you use something that he created to translate something that's more ancient than that? I don't care how many symbols from the original that you mix in with your new system. It's a change in the system. It's just like when you create language. When the Proto-Sinaitic language was created, though Egyptian symbols were taken to create that demonstration, we all know that they don't mean the same thing as even what they try to compare to their so-called Ptolemaic hieroglyphs. You see, the Proto-Sinaitic Proto-Canaanite is a totally different language than Egyptian hieroglyphics, though the symbols that were created and brought forth to make Proto-Sinaitic Proto-Canaanite come from symbols off of the pyramid. They do not carry the same meaning, family. And it's the same thing when you go into dealing with, breaking off into other languages. Like when you have your Hikapta, and then they come along later and say, all right, we call it Greek, so we're going to eliminate a few letters, 6 or 7 of them. And then they have their own words that they come up with. You will see a connection between some of those that come from the parent language Coptic, but they also going to have their little Greek mix they done throwed up in there. And so this is the same thing that happened when the European took symbols from the original monuments and then made up their own 7,000, which our ancestors didn't even know. So if you create an alphabet based on symbols that wasn't in the original demonstration, our ancestors don't know nothing about that because it didn't exist during their time. So if you add a horse, if you add a dog or a donkey, and it comes from the Ptolemaic period, you think the ancient Egyptians comprehend that? I mean, we can't have it both ways, because a lot of people would say modern science is more advanced. So a lot of the ancient people couldn't understand these things because they didn't manifest during their time. They came in our time, and this is advancement. Well, apply that same thought to dealing with this language then, since you so scientific. You see, since you deal with, archaeology and anthropology so much, apply that same mind, keep that same energy now when it comes to dealing with this teaching that we talking about. It ain't gonna get no plainer than what I'm telling you. So again, we're gonna drive this hammer of truth home one more time, because we getting ready to go into some grand drawing. We ain't just talking something and we can't prove what we saying. We have our methodology of making these things plain. So if you take a monument that was created by a nation that didn't even exist during the time of ancient Kemet, the Ptolemaic nation itself didn't exist, less knowing their little language they created. So when they come on the manifest, at the last real Kemetic pharaoh, remember, 360 BC, 360 degrees of knowledge, completion. Then what comes in there to overthrow that? 330 BC, 30 years later, into the rules, so to speak. What do you have? Ptolemy. So now we got Ptolemaic. We showed it to you. I ain't got to pull all the pictures up. All you got to do is go look at my other videos, and you'll see the Ptolemies created their own busts, being Egyptian pharaohs. Some they carved out the original face and put their face there, remudded it, made it more Ptolemaic, and then put everything out there. And then they created their own obelisk. And so when they created their own obelisk, the Pele obelisk, was also created by the Ptolemies. It comes from the Ptolemaic dynasty. It wasn't the original Egyptian obelisk. And so that Pele obelisk that they have, if Champollion used these things for his decipherment, it does not qualify to interpret or decipher anything that has anything to do with ancient Egypt. Now, they can say that they deciphered the Ptolemaic monuments. They can say they deciphered what Ptolemy created, but that's not deciphering what ancient Kemet had brought forth. You see? We're going to make it plain. So that's what we get at, family. And so from that special measure, when you hear certain things that are dealing with a decipherment coming from that Ptolemaic expression, you got to take that with a grain of salt, so to speak. You can use a little language and play with. We even had our Moorish kin here demonstrator exercise where they went and created their own glyphs. You know, every Moor on this panel right now was able to create, you know, their own hieroglyphic writing system, right? And we did this not because we trying to write with pictures. We did this to show you how easy it is to demonstrate reverse engineering and turn symbols into alphabet. So again, as we told you, just like the brother Mustafa Gadala said, you know, the greatest smoke screen in history has to do with the cover up and the burial, you know, of the original Egyptian language that was buried up on the symbols. This is so that you will be trying to decipher symbols and you would never utilize the original papyri that has the true hieratic, you know, and demotic and other alphabets on it, because there's a lot of wisdom to be learned by our people, I feel, outside of what Rome has said. So just making it plain, you know, and I'm gonna move forward. But before I move forward, I want to hear from the scribes on the panel. And what do you all have to say about this Moorish king before we go further into this drawing? Islam.
Islam.
Oh, I see that unity right there. Y'all ain't never seen it like that there. Go ahead, Islam, goddess. And we got you, brother Marvin Applebay too.
Islam, gratitude, God, man, for letting me go. Wow, Dr. Shahid, I tell you, this is just, I'm just speechless. I don't have words to say to see, and I don't know why I'm surprised, because, and I was trying to find it where the chairman was talking about in that grand reading we had coming from our Zooming of a Nation, and I encourage our people, if you don't have the book, call headquarters and get that book, the Zooming of a Nation, because the chairman plainly told us in there how these people have taken oaths and they're willing to give their lives for this that they're trying to keep from us, it's sad to know that our people will go to such lengths to keep us in the dark. But little do they know, Dr. Shahid, is that no matter what they try to do, it seemed like they failed to realize that we have a God. We have a God that's controlling everything. And no matter what they do, don't they realize that you can't hide the truth? You cannot hide the truth. I don't care what you do. You can give up your life, to try to keep us in the dark. Why would you hate your own people that much to want them to know the truth? And I know some of these people, they know the truth. And when when the goddess played the clip when it was talking about Dr. Ben, and this is no family, don't take this the wrong way, but that was disturbing to me, because I sit under Dr. Ben and I always ask the question, why did they not tell me about our holy prophet Noble Drew Ali? But now that the truth is being revealed, I understand now why a lot of the leaders that I was up under, why they only told us certain things and they didn't tell us the other things, because they didn't. I don't know if they deliberately did it. I think some of them did, and then some of them they did it out of ignorance. Because when I was in the church, when I was up there teaching, I was teaching out of ignorance. I thought Jesus was real. I really did, but I didn't have a problem when I found out the truth that I was telling. I had preached a lie, and I told the people, I said, it wasn't no J's. His name ain't no Jesus. How can it be Jesus if it wasn't no J's? And I started telling the truth. I didn't have a problem in saying, I was wrong. And what's wrong with our people? Why can't you just say, you know what, I was wrong? And these people they call you commission and all that you're putting out there, that we are putting out there, that they are telling you the truth. I don't understand, but gratitude, God, man, for let me share. This is so powerful, and this is what's needed. And I'm like you, you know, I'm gonna tell the truth, and you can take my life. I'm still gonna tell you the truth. I refuse to continue to perpetrate the lie that I had been taught. And now that I know the truth, you cannot stop us from telling the truth. And you can't stop it no way, because this is Allah. This is his movement. The truth is being revealed. Islam, God, man, gratitude. This is so powerful. Islam.
And Islamism, goddess and queen, we give honors to you for that drawing. And you couldn't have made it plainer, you know, and that's the whole drawing, family. And we gonna put this out here real quick. We're gonna let Marvin Edwards Bay come in here, you know, because they like to say we make up conspiracy theories. So who that is right there, brother Marvin Edwards Bay, right there in the middle, right there, front and center.
Islam, I think that's Dr. Ben Yakanatin.
That's exactly who it is. Right?
Islam.
And he said what Dr. Ben would tell somebody if they didn't want to listen to what he was saying. Go ahead, brother. You got it.
Gratitude for calling on me. And praise and honors have been given. I mean, very powerful class. And you know, I think about our Morris kin that they don't know that they're Morris kin, and even if they know, you know, what I mean, they've decided to. I don't know. I look at it as selling one's soul, because the soul is our. You know, we can only say understand the soul in its actions, the thinking, reasoning, willing, understanding, and remembrance. And so when one have acquired a certain degree of knowledge and still, you know, feel that they're gonna go along with the lie, you know, that's like selling your soul, you know, selling yourself cheap, so to speak. But I mean, and it's a sad situation. I mean, but it has happened. You know what I mean? Like our people have been divided for, say, thousands of years, actually, because it didn't start, you know, just when slavery here in America started. You know what I mean? And from my understanding, you know what I mean? And so this was just a powerful demonstration. And I say praise Allah for sending us a prophet, because this is the only way that we could get out of it. You know what I mean? Because they had created, just like you were saying, how, you know, during 330, BC, where they came in and, you know, they overran our administration and took over. You know what I mean? And being that they was in control of everything, they could call anything that they want. You know what I mean? Because they was in control. And they created a whole bunch of lies. I mean, this was their intent from the beginning. You know what I mean? Because the whole world knew. You know, as we was in our reading, the world knew who we are. They know who we are today. But they went along with from fear, because they had the guns. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Our people wasn't like that. You know, we were a peaceful people. You know, but these people, you know what I mean, from the outset of their creation, of when they were first cloned, you know what I mean, they say grew up or evolved to a warlike people, you know what I mean? And so during that process, you know, they had to be kicked out. I mean, they had to be run out. They had to be taken out, driven out, along with those that followed their teachings. You know what I mean? Believing in the gods that they knew nothing of. You know what I mean? Like many of our people today. You know what I mean? We call them our brothers, you know what I mean? But they have decided to give death oaths, blood oaths, or however you want to put it, to keep a lie alive. You know, Maybe they're confused. Maybe apparently they are, because anyone in their right mind would not go along with that. And I'm not. It's not speaking radical. It's just the truth. Because I, for myself, I accept that Prophet Noble Drew Ali is the truth. He brought the truth for us to save us. Just mathematically break it down. You know what I mean? We were captured, we were kidnapped, and we were, over a course of say 400 years or so. Our family was separated. They took the child, and brought him up in an environment that they could put whatever they want in that child. And this is what we see today, that child today. You know what I mean? And so that's why I say we owe our prophet a debt of gratitude to the highest degree, because that was the only way. Because I say that because I grew up like that. When I first heard anything about anything other than, say, Jesus, or anything other than being a Negro, color, or black, because they change those names every 10 years or so. I don't know exactly. But, it just, today, and I know I wouldn't have had the knowledge today that I have if it wasn't for the prophet, if it wasn't for our Moorish American government, the chairman, the Sultanate #1, in his book and our Holy Quran. As we're taught, the Holy Quran and our divine constitution, these are the things that's going to free us. Because this is the prophet, being ordained from the great God, Allah, to bring us the truth. And that truth is what makes us free. It's what sets us free. You get enough of the truth, you're not going to be doing, the same thing you were doing before, because that truth is not going to let you. And like the goddess said, you can't bury the truth. They tried to bury it, but we are proof that the truth is alive, that we are on the manifest, bearing witness to the great God Allah through his prophet Noble Drew Ali, and our Moorish American government. Yeah, and like all of those, like the brothers and their different tactics. Like you say, they're smart, but they're smart in the wrong way. They're using their smart for the wrong thing, just like we use our bodies for the wrong thing. You know what I mean? As it's been taught. But we need to, come together, like as a family, because we are a family, but we've been scattered about to where it took a holy prophet to bring us this teaching. He had to go around his elbow to get to his thumb. Like that's not no easy task. He's the only one that could have done it, And so I'm just so grateful for this. And I just hope that those that's listening, truly listen, and then you will hear, the truth. Because the truth will make us free, will set us free. And I really could go on and on, because there's really so much to know, so much to understand. You know what I mean? But we can only give so much at a time, because it's a process. You know what I mean? I didn't understand when I first came in, but I was sincere in wanting to know the truth. One has to be sincere in wanting the truth, because that's the only way you're going to get it. Because if you got another agenda, you're going to be doing the same thing you've been doing all along. And I just say gratitude, God, man, for allowing me to speak. Praise Allah for sending us a prophet. Islam and peace.
Islam and peace to you as well, Brother Marvin Edwards Bey. We give honors to your scribe, for all it is that you demonstrate, brother.
Islam,
Grand National Secretary of the State.
Islam, having already risen, give praise and honor where dues. Powerful class. Much gratitude to my Moorish kin and to the family online. Dr. Shahid, I tell you, looking at those clips, it just brought back to mind, the lesson that we have coming from the Book of Fire and what our prophet brought to us, that when you look at true Mason dealing with age 21, pale skin, of sound mind and body. And then when you look at our brothers and sisters that want to take oaths, to be a part of that mindset, not realizing the fact that even though they have sworn to not reveal these so-called secrets, they still don't realize that they are that body in the coffin, and are bringing forth this same special spirit to keep our people buried in that shallow grave. And when I look at it, because I experienced this firsthand, especially when the chairman began teaching the lessons in the institutions and, in the MST of A, not even realizing the world of Western Freemasonry and how the prophet spoke about not having a Mason behind the podium, but they are in sworn opposition to anything Islamic. And now we can see why. And when we go into these special records and go into being able to actually decipher what our ancestors brought, not going through third, fifth, and 20th parties, then you see, and this is where when the prophet spoke about those that were with me 2,000 years ago are with me today. Those that are against me 2,000 years ago are against me today. So as opposed to looking at different individuals, it's the spirit of that Western Freemasonic thought pattern to keep our people buried in that shallow grave, not to ever rise up, to remain a slave from the cradle to the grave. So when it comes down to, the death threats, trying to jail people, destroy the character, dealing with character assassination, things of that nature. Yes, these are the tactics. And also what you brought forth in reference to trying to redirect the course, from what the actual subject matter is. So a lot of times you have those that actually get the charge of being in the lodge trying to redirect the truth, even though they may not have sworn an oath, because of the Western indoctrination that our people have. So this is why love divine is key. And the prophet in Acts 6 tells us to teach our people their nationality and their divine creed. How else are we going to come up out of this shallow grave and muck and mire unless we are given the keys to truth? And this is why we give honor to our prophet, Noble Drew Ali. So these things are important, because you're never going to sustain the demonstration of a pure and clean nation as long as you are holding on to these things that keep you bound down to a carnal or manifest level, especially when it comes down to anything that is diametrically opposed to you unfolding into who you naturally are as God. So gratitude, more you keep putting that hammer of truth out there, because the more that we hear, especially when it comes down to Ptolemy, yes, these things were indeed hidden, buried 50 times over, so it's going to take time to peel back these layers to be able to, if I want to figure out how to cure diabetes or whatever kind of diseases, there's actually a papyri that goes through that coming from our ancestors. But to hear the West tell it, Greek and Rome were the ones that are the fathers of civilization. That's the father of medicine, Hippocrates, etc. So this is just a grand measure, and definitely we've got to be of the vanguard to stand out and support each other in building this pure and clean nation. Is definitely critical, and this is a new era of time. And gratitude more for calling me forth, because this is indeed a powerful class. Peace and love.
Islamism, man, that's that book of fire there. Gratitude, Grand National Secretary of State. Oh man, see, this is what I'm talking about. These are real Egyptian scribes right here, family, that's speaking, from the highest plane of spirit life, giving it to you as it is. That's all we're gonna bring, the best of the best, and the best is yet to come. So Islam, let's see if our brother Bati Bey have a measure he want to bring forth before we go into these other portions of our drawing. Islam, brother.
Islam. And man, I like to give praise to Allah, honor to the Prophet. Honest to this panel, honest to you, Shaheed, for definitely all you do. Honest to the chairman, Tribe of Endurance, for all they do. Without all that, we wouldn't be here right now. You know what I'm saying? Honest to the Prophet, Allah. And when I like that terminology the Grand Secretary of State just said, and the onion of oppression, because this is definitely something where we got to peel back the layers on. And if you're thinking about the craziest thing that I don't understand with our people is that when somebody close to you lies to you, you therefore at that point in time question everything that comes out their mouth after that. And eventually you get tired of questioning everything out their mouth. So this is where the lesson of discernment comes in, and you start discerning and weighing what is and what isn't. And you don't ignore it. You put in your Rolodex. So why isn't this same approach happening when it comes down to what they've done to us? And then when we're looking at the lies that are put up forth on the manifest, how do we not see how deep this rabbit hole of deception goes? You have people that are sworn to keep the Moorish American, the nationality of the Moorish Americans as a whisper that is to be said behind closed doors, not to be put out in the forefront. And you have that was orchestrated, built by Moorish Americans for Moorish Americans to usher you in, for not just to rule, but for the love of the people, for the progression of our people, to do things that that in your current state you are not allowed to do. And one is think freely. A Negro can't think for himself. That's why he's always suckling on the master's tit of oppression. Doesn't matter how you, whether it be school, whether it be food, whatever. If the person that feeds you is the person that controls you, whatever it be, whether it's education or it's substance, or if it comes from the ground, and swearing oaths to hide our nationality. What else are they swearing oaths to? And we're just talking about a free national name. So what else out there is not being told, and on its face value to us is being hidden? That's something that that we really got to look at. And like the chairman put in his book, and I'm gonna say this in my own way though. It says it's not the hearts of the oppressors to free the mind of the it's not on the hearts of the oppressors to free the minds and empower the will of the captives. It's just not in their nature. Because I had to ask his sister when I went to that professional thing. I said, do you think that the God that the oppressors pray to and the God that the slaves pray to can answer both prayers? That's a hard reality. One's praying for your captivity and you not to know who you are, and you're praying that you freedom. And we understand that the freedom comes with the truth. Freedom comes with the truth of being spoken and being brought to power by the person that is willing to accept it. You know what I'm saying? And so when we look at all that, there's a reason why we tell our people to come home. Here you're free. That's why when you get on the calls, you'll feel the love. It's a vibration that you may not even feel inside your own family. It's a vibration that you are going to feel that is going to overtake you. And then the work comes, and so with that, I leave it. I come in peace. It's not peace and love.
Yes, sir. In Islam and peace and love, grand man. We give honors to you for all that you do as well, brother Bati Bey. That's what I'm talking about. See, wisdom speaks from out of the highest plane of spirit life. And that's the vibration that our family is bringing forth right now. So at this particular time, what we're going to do, we finna get into a few things here, to wind this demonstration down, so to speak. We give honors to our audience out there, those who have just checked in recently, and those who have already sat here throughout the course of what we demonstrated. Want to give honors to our brother Suleiman Khalif Bey, avenge the ancestors for always showing up. Marquise L, brother Gerald Muhammad Bey, Jordan Henderson Bey, Mari Bantus Bey, also Charles War L and Lisa Nicole Mara Bey. Want to give honors to all of you, family. We're going to acknowledge our people, when we see them. We ain't going to act like you ain't there and we don't see you. We're going to let it be known that you there. So honors to you and all the work you do. And make sure you stay tuned in. Be sure to like, share, and subscribe, pardon self. And let our people get some drawing on these measures. I got a grand piece of information here, a couple of pieces of information to share with our family. Before we go deeper into those things, we want to show our family the progress that we have made. And a lot of our family has already seen a lot of this stuff right here throughout the medias as well. So we're going to show the family that may have not seen what we have brought on the manifest, but we're going to go into some things as well. So we finally solved the fix as it results to being able to get the language, the hieratic in a typesetting form, so to speak, as well as putting our own alphabet there. So what we did here is only thing now we just trying to figure out how to reverse. We know we can type, by typing everything, and then, it'll take a little time, but we're trying to figure out we can get get to the mirroring app on here in order to reverse everything. So I basically have it, going from left to right just as an expression here. But those who are familiar with some of these letters in the hieratic alphabet will immediately notice, what's being demonstrated here. We didn't add the L. We'll probably end up putting that in here and filling in the spaces to deal with the letters O and V as well to complete, all of the alphabet measures. We put this out here though with everything that we had as we connected the letters in a sound shifted manner. And this was a very interesting process because I actually had to scan the letters, then cut them out individually and tape them into the boxes of the template in order to create this demonstration. I found out, and it makes sense because this is not an Arabic keyboard. I had to go to the English, in order to make these things applicable. But when you put this stuff in here, it comes out exactly like it's supposed to, and there's a grand drawing on this. I'm gonna show our family something in a minute, and because what I did, you will see what normal would be Ya Allah. It was Ya Ara, Ya Ara, Rah Rah. If you go into the L, you can roll it into there, but it's still transliterated, with the L because that's more noticeable to our people and more acceptable at the time. So there's a connection we already know between La and Ra. We already demonstrated that. So this is the hieratic version. And, I also have the option of bringing these things together or having them separated. The way I did it, though, and I set everything because I had to adjust it, too, so that certain letters wouldn't be higher than other letters and make sure that it's fluid. And this is basically modern hieratic as reproduced, by our particular circle, so praise be to Allah. These letters, as we become familiar with it, because we wanted to get the greatest font that we could to reproduce this. And that's why it looks so clean and crisp. Look at the detail in that demonstration right there. So if you know the letters, you can easily identify with them. You see, you can easily point out what they mean. And just by knowing your prayer, if you just practice your prayer and focus on the letters here, you automatically will begin to pick up more on the alphabet and what each letter means. And so this will allow us to have some adeptship, so to speak, when it comes to actually getting into other hieratic papyri, by practicing with our own. So I'm going to send this font to our scribes, and it will be exclusively for our scribes to demonstrate with, especially when it comes to putting our definitions on the manifest and, creating that a special word. This is what we've been trying to do. So this is our Egyptian Adept Moorish American prayer being featured here. And we also went to another level of unfoldment even here. And I actually did this later. I have another version of this. I did this, for the sake of artistic expression, because when I put the language out, and this is our language, the Medu Re En Kmet, when I put it together and having this background on, I say, well, man, I might as well make that into a tablet, since it looked exactly like the language from whence it descends. So giving you a brief historical background on this alphabet of ours, which we call Marabic, which is also called, Moabic, because it's a descendant, of not only, the Moabite Moorish script, but that special script in and of itself, like many others, also descend from an even more ancient script, which is known as Iberic Egyptian. And the Iberic Egyptian script, goes back to the culture of the antiquity that reaches all the way back to the Richat structure, where you deal with Mauritania, Atlas, that particular region, and the Egyptian influence as it relates to it being the same alphabet that is found in both regions. So these are just some of the signs, not all of them per se. These are some of the signs are enough needed to express, the alphabet, but there are also a host of other signs in there. And they're really the same sign, but they may be turned left instead of right, right instead of left, horizontal. So we just took from the ones that were, mostly expressed, across the languages, as they related to them. And this is the way we was able to structure, this demonstration. As you can see, after I brought everything forth, I got this demonstration in 3D. I didn't even know I can do that. Man, that PowerPoint is something serious. So I put a 3D demonstration here because I thought about the emerald tablets of Tahuti, when I seen this demonstration right here. And I'm going to show you the original before I did this, because I actually posted another one before this. I want to make sure that my screen is sharing this too as we go into it. Can you hold up? Here it is right here. This is the original one that I had first put on there. You can see all of the detail in the letters and so forth and so on. And being able to recognize this here, some of our family that demonstrate in the Israelite paradigm may say, man, that look just like Paleo Hebrew, or that look like Proto-Sinaitic, Proto-Canaanite, or whatever the case may be. And it is because this particular alphabet, which was actually called also an Egyptian alphabet, we adopted this because most of the community don't know this is the actual lost alphabet that was demonstrated in Kemet, and we have it on many different monuments, and we showed this before. So when we talk about Iberic Egyptian being the parent or the ancestral root to producing what we call our particular language that we have right now, you can find it here. And we already showed this to our family as well. Give me a second here. I'm gonna show this to my family. Okay, here it is right here. And I actually have the PDF up right here, the PowerPoint. See, it says Medu Re En Kmet. We had this in a recent class, Marbic. You see, Marbic. You know, that's just for short, but you know, when we say Medu Re En Kmet, we're talking about the language of the Mari or the Moors, because that's what Mari means. And for those who think that this is something that's just being made up, so to speak, you know, I want to do this too, because it's necessary. It's necessary that we go here, even though we have went here before. It's necessary. They done bought us some shoes. Let's see. It's necessary that we bring this demonstration to the manifest. And I'm going to give it to you right here. This is right here. We're going to use the source that most of our people are familiar with. And I want you to listen to this very well, family. And this finna give you a whole drawing here. So you don't think we just coming up with stuff. Oh, this stuff, when we deal with our language, can be traced exactly back to its source. Listen to what it says here. It says Latin designation for the Berber population, Mauritania, right? Now we know that this Latin designation doesn't mean that this term came from the Latin people. And this is where you have a lot of people trying to argue with the Moors. The word Mari comes from the Latin. No, it don't. So let's go a little further into this. Then we even know the name Berber is a misnomer. Get the book Inventing the Berbers, the inventing of the Berbers, and you will see. But it says Mari, which derives, right? Mari from which derives the English term Moors, right? So when you hear me say that the term Moor is from Mari, I say it all the time, but I got ancient sources outside of this demonstration. Y'all done seen most of them. It said was the Latin designation for the Berber population of Mauritania, located in the part of North Africa, west of Numidia in present-day northern Morocco and the northwestern Algeria, right? Now, it was a Latin designation, but did the Latin originate this name? No, we finna find out where it came from. For those who would like to use that as a straw man argument to try to attack the name Mari. Mari by Strabo, right? Who wrote in the early 1st century as the native name, right? Listen, as the native name. Do you know what native means? This is meaning that the people that were native to the land came up with the name, right? It says, which was also adopted into Latin. Can somebody tell me what adopted in the Latin means? Adopted in the Latin mean that they adopted this word into their language, meaning it wasn't originally a part of the Latin. So that's how they began to use it as a designation. Just like the Greeks right here. You see, he cites the Greek using the name for the people as Marusi. But you can see that what they agreed upon, both the Latin and the Greek, is the Mar part of it. M-A-U-R. In both of their words, though an I was used in the original and adopted originally into the Latin, they kept the original word. The Greeks added U-S-I-I, they would say, right? In their particular language. So this is Marusi. You see? So when they say more or Mari come from Greek, man, you got to know linguistics. You got to know what sound shifting and everything is before you go to trying to have that type of conversation, people. Or else you look crazy talking about the word Mari come from Latin. No, it was adopted into Latin. Stop it. So it says the name Mari as a tribal confederation, and this is very important. The name Mari as a tribal confederation or generic ethnic designator thus seems to roughly correspond to the people known as Numidians in earlier ethnography. And both terms presumably group early Berber speaking population. The earliest Libico Berber epigraph dates to about the 3rd century BC. Now we know this word Mar goes all the way back to ancient Kemet. We already proved it. They don't like it when we tell you, but we know it because it's also connected to the word mir. Mari is also used for the people, in the region that we call among the Amorites, the Sumerians and so forth and so on. I don't care if you put whatever vowel you put in it. When you take all them vowels out, point being made, M and R is left. And those words are relative to each other. We have proven their connection many times. Even the word mayor in the modern time, we know come from the same root. So there is a connection between the root of the word, despite what they want to tell you. As for those who try to say, oh, the word mar means eminent. Well, that just proved my point even further. Because you going into eminent being in the 13th century, and that's when the Libico Berbers was ruling in ancient Kemet, even if you wanted to take it there. If you want it, we know better, but if you want to take it there, it's the same drawing. But we know it really has to do with Amen, the first man, the temple of perfected man. But see, that's adept wisdom, that the mere human thinking individual wouldn't be able to grasp comprehension of. So nevertheless, a lot of people, when they hear the term generic, they think this means, oh, this is fake. You see? So when you say a generic ethnic designator, they'll play on this and try to make you believe that this is saying this is a fake name. Let me show you the proper definition of this word so that you get it. You see what this says? Generic deals with a characteristic of or relating to a class or group of things, not specific. So generic don't mean fake, family. I'm sorry. We just got to educate you today. If you thought generic meant something fake, no. So it ain't saying that this was a generic designator, as a fake designator. This is saying that this was a general, common, collective, non-specific or inclusive, all-inclusive, all-encompassing. This is a blanket or umbrella. So it's telling you that the name Mari, it's telling you the name Mari was a blanket term used to represent all of those people. So for those who tell you, no, that name wasn't used for everybody, here it is right here, family. The name Mari as a tribal confederation. There you go, right there. They tell you tribal confederation. What is that? That is a confederation that consists of tribes. You see? So when you get into this, there ain't no way getting around it. So Mari was a name that referred to a multitude of tribes. You see? And it was used by the natives of the land and later adopted into Latin. Get it right. It wasn't given to the Moors by the Latin. It was adopted from the Moors into Latin. Get it right. You see? Oh, we gonna remove all the veils today. You see? So when you understand this, no one can mislead you based upon trying to use a straw man argument to attack, something that they came up with. So yeah, so that's what we have right now in regards to dealing with the language. And I actually had something here I was demonstrating. I want to show our family. I actually had did this. I'm gonna take this back to where it was. You see the letters? I was able to create it. Like I said, I end up paying the fee necessary, and you can actually see, even right here, for example, when I do this, hold up, my bad. Sorry about that. Let's see. let me go here, and I'm gonna change the font to a regular font. You see how it translates back into what it's supposed to translate into? See, it took a little time for me to get this demonstration together because I had to do some sound shifting, and we got a little trial and error because we still want to apply some more measures here as well. Like, for example, you know, this particular symbol, which is used as a divider in our language. Let me blow this up a little bit too. You know, we use this as a divider, but I'm gonna have to designate the other symbols, which they supposed to be in here, but I got to maybe play around on the keyboard and find them, but they're not where I assigned them to these particular keys. This one here is the main divider. We utilize a variation in them just to show a different. Really ain't no big deal on which one you use, but this is one of the main ones that you see, and you see it right here. Let me go back and just bite back into it. If you look closely, you know, you can see them dividing right here. These are your word dividers, you know, and this is being read again from left to right. We got to find the mirroring process to get it to read from the other direction. It was a very strenuous process to try to take this demonstration and copy it, you know, and you know, we probably, you know, this was written by my own hand here, you know, but to create this chart, you know, who knows, we may end up getting another chart to make it even better, but this is good. You know, this is good. I'm talking about the elongation processes that we normally do. I can actually create that too with the program, go in there and edit the alphabet and resubmit the fonts. But yeah, this is the font here, and you can type with it now. I told y'all I was going to figure it out. It took me all night to demonstrate that hieratic. For example, let's just write, hold up. I was supposed to do this actually. Okay. Okay. Can anyone tell me, identify with what I just typed in to a certain degree? You know, I know we ain't, you know, everybody, you know, may not have everything fully on the dial plate, but can somebody tell me what's being said here? See, we're going to show you we got some real scribes over there. They didn't know I was going to call our family. Didn't know I was going to do this. Who want to take a crack at it? Even if it's just mentioned in letters, you know, and I can unveil the letters as you mentioned. Brother Marvin Edward Bay, what you think? How about I reveal a few? Let's see, I might be able to.
I see the dividers.
Right. Praise be to Allah.
Yeah, that's about it.
That's all right. That's all right.
Oh my goodness. Oh.
Yeah, nobody was prepared. You know, I'm just calling our family forth. That's all right. You know, because I ain't sent the fun out to y'all yet. I'm just trying to see, you know, how many of our families still recognize some of the letters. But what we'll do is we'll unveil Islam.
Dr. Shaheed, can you see my cursor? Is that a P?
Which one?
Yeah.
Right here. Right here.
Right. Go to the right. Go to your right.
Right here.
And go to the next one.
Right here.
Right. Yeah, right there.
No. I thought you were talking about the first letter because in that case, you would have probably been right.
Oh. Oh my goodness. Okay.
See, that's what I thought. I was gonna say, she done did it, but no, that ain't a P.
Now I'm looking at the wrong one.
Right. You know,
And
I
I
revealed.
know that circle with the little lines. in
That's
it.
what I'm looking at. The
Yeah,
circle
I
with the
know that.
line through it. Yep.
I know that. What is that?
Yep.
Oh, come on, Goddess, help me. We know this. We
Is
know
that
this.
peace, love?
My mind and turned to mush. What are you talking about?
No, not
He
peace, love.
surprised me. He caught me off guard. You caught me off guard. You really did. Wow. Oh,
It's love. Not a piece of love.
No.
I'm gonna go here.
uh,
What are we gonna say?
Let's see.
I was gonna say peace and blessings be upon Ali, but because I was looking at this last end part, and that's 3 with the divider. You got the 3, so that I assumed that this portion was Ali.
Nope. I'm gonna reveal one more letter right here. I don't want to reveal the whole thing yet. We'll get that one on here. Y'all this probably will be a giveaway right here though. Once I put this in here, it's gonna give ones a drawing.
Does that say Pert Imhuru?
There you go.
I get ready to say I know
Pert Imheru what though?
Tutankhamun Bey.
Islam. That's right. That's right, brother.
Gratitude.
That's right. See what I'm saying?
Wow.
You know, so Islam. Yes, sir. You know, see, that brother would know. He didn't know that's what I put up there. You know what I mean? But as you can see, this is the symbol that it assigned it to, the quotation symbols. That's what it assigned the dividers to, you know, when I use the actual chart. So I'm looking for the other ones. I found the Ein symbol, you know, as well. And let me see, I think that is, yeah, here. That's the shift and question mark. So it brings that one up, but it's like 4 more that I'm looking for that, you know, I haven't found yet. And mashallah, we'll see, you know, and how I can make sure I get them assigned, because that way we can deal with a variation in between that demonstration, you know. But what you think, family, just looking at the look of the language itself, though?
Wow. That's all I can say. Wow.
So beautiful.
Beautiful.
So beautiful and ancient.
Islam. And what it is, as we showed you a few minutes ago, let us go back to, you know, and be honest with your family, I do not know nothing about these programs. It's got to be the ancestors guide me. This stuff I be doing on the fly. So it's the will to want to do it that's driving, you know, the measure. We ain't laying down. So it's another measure on here I want to show our family. Where is it? Okay. Give me 1 second here. This is in reference to the language itself. Okay. Yeah. Actually, it was this one. It was actually this one here, the PowerPoint that I showed you earlier. Now, if you look closely, even though ours is our own script based upon this script, you can definitely see the relation of our script to this script, correct?
Yes.
And, you know, like I said, that's a rare Egyptian language that is there. But this same script is one that was adopted to create what they call the Moabite stone. You see, or what we call the Moabite stele, which we call the Muabic stele. So we showing all of our origins. This ain't something we just made up. You know, it's based off of that universal alphabet, which the Phoenicians adopt from, you know, the Israelites adopted from. This alphabet is the most universal of them all, but we have our variation. And by default, there are certain words based upon the system of our alphabet. Even though they may be the same, there will be a change in certain levels of the language. And that's what's going to really create the growth of the language. For example, if it's certain letters that are not there, just like we did with the L and the R, a word that might have L in it may have to deal with an R in our language. we'll end up probably putting the L in ours. I'm just giving an example, you know, but that's how the words be created unique. As we bring them forth and we manifest these words, they take on a morphology, so to speak. You see, and this is actually where I had wrote out, you know, just writing over and over, you know, a repeating aspect, you know, like we dealt with the Ali and so forth and so on. And so all of these things here are just giving the example of how it looks. You can call it, I guess you can call it Muabic calligraphy to a certain degree. You know, that is more like calligraphy. And this was the foundation we use. Remember this? And this thing is, remember, it's pure abjad. All of these letters, and it took time to put this together, to put it in the abjad order and base it on the original foundation we have now, because all it is abjad. You know, ABGD. So this is oldest alphabet. You know, you see the Tardiso people here, you know, that are mentioned. And this particular area is the same area known as, you know, the Iberic. So this is the Iberic Egyptian region. There's a lot of history behind this right here that we can go into sometime. So we ask our family to remember that. So we put everything together here, you know, and went into certain things. There's certain things we're going to end up tweaking, you know, in relation to dealing with the alphabet, because I did this based off of the Arabic, and I had to do the other based off of the English. So it's a few things, small minor things that I'll be shifting around, but for the most part of them, all of these things pretty much correspond with the alphabet system that we brought on the manifest. So, you know, this is what I was saying too when I say it's like many ways that we can actually write. You know, upon one choice, if they chose, they can use certain other symbols outside of the one that I chose, you know what I mean? As long as they still in this realm right here writing, if they wanted to make a more unique appearance. So we wanted to put some variation and style to this demonstration. That way, you know, it ain't seeming as if it's some type of language that people, that's boring. No, it ain't boring at all, because we got variation that we can demonstrate. See how the iron is here? So you see that automatically correspond with what I'm talking about as far as dealing with the symbols and the signs. So a lot of these things correspond. We just got to do a lot of checking through them, because some of these things don't exist exactly in the English language. So we had to make way for these things if they wasn't single letters, because there are no bilaterals, you know, in the English language. So here's a couple of things that a couple of more things to bring on the manifest. You know, I may even, who knows, it's a strenuous task, but I may go into here and pull from the symbols and do what I did to the other language, so they look exactly like these letters. But you know, I like my writing too. So I mean, either way, ones will be able to go in here and use this to decipher, you know, the different measures, you know, that we have brought on the manifest. So, you know, praise be to Allah, you know, and it's real simple. You know, when you go into this special drawing, you know, all you got to do is just apply the methodology, so to speak. And we can't go wrong. For example, I'll show you something too when I say the P. You know, there was no P in the Arabic language. So when I set this demonstration up, you know, P interchangeable with the letter F, you know, at least the way they demonstrated. And so that's why you see this F here. And look, you see the symbol right here, the first symbol that looked like the little box. That's what was here out front down here. Well, let me take it back to its state. Come on, bite. Go bite. Anything I type in, though, is definitely going to come up as it should. Even though y'all already know what we got. See here? See the P? So I just drawed it a little closer, cropped together, but that's your P. You know, and then we know the next letter is E.
Yeah, but see that thing.
Islam.
So no, I was saying, yeah, I can see that that P. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yes sir, most definitely. You know, and there's no letter E. You know, when you come into this special demonstration here in the Arabic, like I said, I had to switch it to the English template because I don't have an Arabic keyboard. You see what I'm saying? So we just have to use our knowledge of sound shifting, which is already really put out there. And I want to go back here, and you'll see all these different demonstrations. You know, so yeah, it's powerful, family. As we go through this demonstration and we pull the knowledge out, we can't go wrong as long as we following everything through there. So I just wanted to present that to the public to show you that we have crossed that milestone, and now, you know, we have the font that we can draw with, you know, as far as writing with us, so to speak. So we'll get further into it a little later down the line. And I got some more measures I want to bring on the manifest here, short but sweet as well. Let me see here. I don't want to go into that measure there just yet. I want to go here, actually. Back here, yeah. Okay, so as you seen me here, both of these are still the Act 1 measures here. When you look up this, let's see, well, you know what? I love to use, for some reason, I love using Google. So we're going to go here with it. And I really would like to actually get these demonstrations. I was talking to our brother Marvin Epplesbay last night. It would be nice if we can actually cast these demonstrations. That's a nice canvas right there, but I would like to have these demonstration cast like per act, like Act 1, Act 2, Act 3, Act 4, Act 5, Act 6, Act 7, like they did here. But if you look at this, you can see this is Atlantean language. And you can tell that our language, you know, when you look at the Iberic Egyptian and so forth and so on, that it is most definitely a descendant of this same alphabet. Because we know that Tehuti was the creator of the alphabet. And this is the one that you see when you look at, your Paleo-Hebrew, your Phoenician, your so-called ancient Greek, and all, it done been called everything, all the way in the Egyptian. You can see that it's connected to this language, which really go back to the signs and the symbols also of what they called Senzar. There's a connection between all of these things. It's just different expressions and drawing. So yeah, that's what inspired me to produce, that expression that I demonstrated up here. Can't you see the relation to that and how close, this demonstration looks to the original expression? And we have basically reproduced, this language. It's our script is basically descended, from the Atlanteans. So that's a whole nother measure coming out of dealing with ancient Mauritania, because that's all Atlantis is ancient Mauritania. And we already talked about the Mauritanicus Atlanthropus, the particular fossils that had been found. They dating it back to 700,000 years older. That's older than the Jabir Uhu that they recently found, but still the oldest, that they have found is in the same region, Mauritania. So these are some questions to be really asked. When you understand the concept that they migrated from Canaan, went all the way to West Africa, and then after Atlantis fell, Tehuti went back over into the Nile Valley civilization and set up Kemet. And with that came this expressive language that comes from the Iberian region, into the Egyptian. That's why it's called Iberic Egyptian. You see? So everything that we do or we bring forth, we can prove when it comes to teaching our people and bringing them into a consciousness of who they are. You see? So keep that in mind, family. This is not a myth or a fairy tale. You see, the Europeans, when it comes to their story, no matter how outlandish it sounds or how unbelievable it is, they produce that demonstration as if it is the gospel of the truth. And we know that's a lie. In our case, we can actually find, evidence of the things that we speaking of now. Now, one may disagree based upon reading bad authorship from somebody else that would try to push you away from this knowledge. But those who know the knowledge know that this is the truth. They don't need nobody to try to prove it for them and, so forth. They already know it. But my duty is to bring these things forth and make them clear to our people so that they would have clarity. That's what I'm doing here. That's my job. That's the work and purpose that I'm on the manifest for, to bring my people the truth, teach my people the truth, and make it plain to them. So, that being said, we actually had, I want to go right here. And we showed this to our family before, and this is very important. This is the ABGD key. For those who like to deny, the knowledge of the hieratic, want to speak on that again. We see that the oldest document found in the hieratic was found 4,500 years ago. We already talked about this. This is the diary of Medu Re. There you go again. This is way during that time. And Medu Re is actually dealing with one that is official, because that word mir actually has to do with an official as well. It also has to do with beloved one and so forth and so on. So them good connections to the name. Here's an expression, that they have here also, in hieratic. This is an expression of Medu Re. You can see he actually had the alphabets on him. Same alphabets that I got featured in the hieratic that you seen earlier. We see that the oldest book written by Ptahhotep was written in hieratic. We showed y'all this papyri before, so we ain't really got to go through it. I'm just breezing through this here, for purposes of giving our people insight. The oldest calendar, 3,200 years of ancient Kemet, was written in hieratic as well. So these are things that solidify what we are saying. So it's time for our people to reevaluate what they have been taught, and go back and do the research. So I put this in the abjad order, the hieratic, because in the original document, it was not in hieratic, the abjad order, the hieratic one. Also, we're going to have to we're going to have to reproduce the ABG Demotic, which I may end up having to go back, because these are so clear. I think I got another drawing too. I may be able to use the one that's in the SESH website and take them and then put them upon the template and deal with that too. We might as well produce them all if we're gonna produce them. So I showed how Champollion created his alphabet and was choosing from several different alphabets to come up with it based upon the Greek so-called system. That's another thing that take it all the way out of the Pale of Kemet, because we know the Greek language was the last language to come on the manifest. So if he used that to decipher the Rosetta Stone, go figure. It don't take a rocket science to figure out what happened. So I'm just showing you, the work that we have put in here, to reconstruct our mother tongue, as we already showed you certain measures. And I was talking about again earlier, how most of them use that alphabet. You dealing with, no matter what culture it was. Look at that, from the Moabites to Siloam, Bel-Air, Sidon, Cyprus, Greece, Malta, Marsilis, Carthage, which were the Moors, Thugger, which were another group of the Moors, Constantine, them, which changed it up a little bit, and then the what they call it, Neo-Punic. And so when you look at this language, like I said, it has been taken throughout many different cultures. Now our alphabet is not exactly this, but a lot of the symbols are of these symbols, and they are in our expression, a modern expression. And that has to do with the morphology process of us producing what we produce. So, it's just good to have your own family. None of our people ever tried to do what we doing now, wanted to do what we doing. So we doing it. So it's not wise for one to speak on these things if they ain't doing it. Or if they don't have a knowledge, or even be rejectful of these things. Just for the sake of you not knowing it, you want to question me. Like I had one brother ask the question. He say, what make you right, Commission? Where your credentials come from? You self-taught. You see? I'm gonna show you something. I want to show you what let me see. I'm gonna show you something real quick so our people know what this is. Hold up. Uh-oh. Trying to pull it up. We'll just do it like this here. That is a strange word. And what they call it is autodidacticism. And basically it means to be self-taught, right? Meaning you taught by the God within. We receive teachings from master teachers, but we still do our own research. You see what I'm saying? And that's the problem. Many of our own people ain't doing their own research. So these are many people that have been, because one was trying to make it seem as if it was negative to do one's own research. And so these are some of the people that were considered self-educated, right? When it comes to subjects. Now, what it said is that one takes a particular subject and they study it as they will and they master it. It's called, right, autodidactism. And it has to do with self-education or self-learning, self-teaching. And a lot of our people ain't got self-determination to do the research, so they lay down in most cases. And it has to do with education without the guidance of masters such as teachers, professors, right? Don't mean that they didn't receive a teaching from somebody at some time. It just says at some point they begin to do their own research. You see? Based upon the foundation of their given, say, institution and school. But if you would criticize me and say that I, have we'll say an issue because they say I'm self-learned by coming forth with these measures I bring on the manifest, then you have to say that about Thomas Edison. You have to say that by Albert Einstein and all these individuals that they praise in now in science. So are they wrong too, or will you give them a pass because they're the European? So anyway, generally, autodidacts, it says, are individuals who choose the subject they will study, their studying material, and the studying rhythm and time. Meaning that they ain't subject, nobody telling them, you can't study this, you can't study that, you better not study, that's a secret. They're going to go do what they do. And they're going to study what they want to study, when they want to study, how they want to study. And then they bring the methodology of their study to the people, just like we're doing right now. You see, so the autodidacts, it says, may or may not have formal education. and their study may be either a complement or an alternative to formal education. So this information, what I'm bringing forth, no, it's not a complement to what you already been learning and studying. It's actually an alternative to the formal education that our people have been receiving under the auspices of these self-proclaimed Egyptologists. You see? So many notable contributions have been made by Adeptus, right? And it goes into the etymology again. The term has its roots in ancient Greek words, autos meaning self, right? Didactus, a didacticus, which means teaching, right? So when you look at this family, we're talking about an artistic philosophy of education. That's what we're talking about. You know, and all this comes from self-learn. So what's wrong with being self-learn for those who like to criticize me and say I'm self-learn? No, I learned from those who came before me. I studied the works of many who came before me. I just chose not to be one who thinks inside of the box. Even if I know what is being given to me as the truth, don't mean I'm going to stop and not do my own research. Because if I don't do my own research, then I become a slave to the opinion of the other author. And if I'm just going off what they say, then I'm perhaps just guessing on what the truth is. And I can't be what I know based on what somebody else said. I got to thoroughly study it so it becomes a part of me. You see, and then I ain't got to jump through no hoops and try to defend what this person said if I'm just repeating or regurgitating what they wrote. And I don't really know the essence of it. I ain't did no background. And see, that's what go on in a lot of these different groups and teachings. Same thing in every community. We got it amongst Muslims. We got it amongst Muslims. We got it amongst Hebrews. We got it amongst Christians. Those who receive new information or somebody come to tell you something and you have only been rooted in what you know. You don't have the ability to think for yourself. So rather than take heed to this information, just because you ain't heard it, you reject the information as false because your teacher didn't teach it to you, or you didn't see it in the books that your teacher taught from. So it can't be right. You see? And then when it comes down to you being able to prove it, you can't prove what your teacher taught because you ain't did the research that your teacher done. Even your teacher had to come into a time of where they were dealing with being self-taught, meaning being taught again by the God self. That's all autodidactism is, being taught by the higher self. This is what it means when we say that one becomes a pupil of the Hierophant. But y'all wouldn't know that right there. That's a whole nother measure, you know, for those who don't know. And we don't say that to be condescending. We saying that because you're not in the circle to be able to comprehend what I'm saying. We ain't trying to put ourselves on no pedestal. So don't get it twisted, family. But we got to make it plain and talk straight to you. So in the basic aspects then of the definition of self-taught then, having acquired knowledge or skill on one's own initiative rather than through formal instruction and training. What is wrong with that? If Thomas Edison did it, Benjamin Franklin, Albert Einstein, Mark Twain, according to the Europeans, and we see the results of the works that they produce, then what make us any more lesser? Why do we have to have somebody else's credentials in a building when these Europeans didn't have credentials in a building to come up with what's in them? When you ingenuous instead of being disingenuous, when you're a genius by nature, so to speak, a truthful by nature, you know, you can't help but draw. And most of these ones got their teaching from Kemet in the first place, especially Tesla. Even Einstein will tell you, you know, in the God Code book, he tell you, man, you know, everybody that have did research and they look behind things of creation know that it had to be something greater than them that created it. This is a spiritual drawing. So that's a whole nother measure, family. We're going to make it plain today. So moving along, Now that you have that in the insight, that's how we come forth. It's called self-determination. The will to want to see your people have the truth. That's what make Commission do this work. For those who have asked me that question in the past, or why my, as y'all like to call it, my portion of the understanding of my opinion matters. You see, that's why it matters. Because I got just as much as right as anybody else, or you do. You know, it ain't limited to me. You got the same right. But what you gonna do? Shoot it or dribble it? Huh? In the words of my Grand National Chairman. You know, so my thing is, if you ain't got nothing to say, then you scared to get out there and do it, then don't get in the way and hinder your people from getting it from somebody that is doing it. If you ain't gonna get out here and go into this hieratic papyri because you feel like you too busy, or you feel like it's too much and you'll be overwhelmed by doing it, then get out the way. But don't make no comments on it as you like an expert on the subject and you ain't never tried to do it. Simply because you disagree, because you comfortable with what Rome did. Well, I got another thing for you. I ain't comfortable with what Rome did. I'm very uncomfortable with what Rome did. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing right now. That's why these scribes on the manifest, we as a whole are doing what we doing now. Because we ain't comfortable with the narrative. We ain't comfortable with formal education under the European. We don't say that because we hate the European being. No, we're saying it's time to get up off our intellectual behind and think for the self. Stop being scared to do what is necessary. Stop being scared to demonstrate self-determination and put that pen in your hand and write your own literature. This is the contention Brother Shahid, Commission Adept, has with the scholarship. It ain't the European, it's really our own people that don't want to accept doing the work. So if I'm out here doing the work, stay out the way and just keep doing what you're doing. I ain't gonna hate you or nothing like that right there. But I'm saying don't attack my effort to give to our people something from us. That way nobody ain't gonna be able to say to them, why you keep coming from a European source? Because they'll be able to come from a source that come from their people. That's the work I'm doing. If you against that, you the enemy of our people. And you trying to keep them buried in that shallow grave of ignorance and not knowing. And a lot of this also we know, oh, you giving up too much. Yeah, because if I give up too much, then when you go to talking that knock, you get brother like that other brother was on the video challenging you. And now you feel like that's a problem. That's why you want to silence these demonstrations over here and call them, oh, pseudo. You see? And that's just a deflection, a derailing. So getting back to the language, dealing with the hieratic, again, this is one of our greatest tools here, family. This is very important because I'm going to have to even use this when it comes to bringing forth other symbols, because I got to get into the trilaterals, the bilaterals, biliterals, pardon self, and triliterals, same thing. I got to get into them, the monoliterals, which we already produce, but the bis and the tris we want to get into because there are certain other combinations in these symbols, you know, and if you look at it, these are very well put out here. So when I start demonstrating these measures here, that's going to be a powerful drawing too. It's a whole lot of them. It's a lot of them, but I'm willing to put in the work, you know, and we just do a little bit at a time. We ain't got to do it all in a day, you know, do the work. You know, I know this is a work that is not to be finished in my particular lifespan, so to speak, you know, because it's too much to uncover. But when we lay this foundation, those who come behind us will be the ones that pick up the banner. So we just getting our people started, you know, in relation to dealing with tapping into these measures. You know, the vehicle is on the manifest. All they got to do is get into it and crank it up and maybe reinvent the vehicle, so to speak. You know, make it more expressive in the time and the era in which those who are coming behind us will be in. So that's what we do the work for the young and not yet born. Those who will see this long after we gone. You know, I'm talking up to 100 years, just like we looking back on the work of the prophet. You know, the reality is at some point in the time, we're going to transition from this plane. So the key is what are you leaving behind? You know, because if you selfish and focusing on the self, you ain't leaving nothing. You're going to take every little bit you got to the grave with you. And what they going to do with it there? Ain't nobody digging you up. And even if they dug you up, you know, your consciousness ain't there. So they can't get it then. So you better give, you know, them particular measures while we on the manifest and get it while we on the manifest so you can pass it on. So yeah, this is a grand draw, and I love this because of the ability to be able to tap into the Unicodes and utilize our molar tool, which you see me with here. You know, this is something to be studied as we go into it. And we're just going over this here to give our family some insight. And this is our best friend right here at the moment until we reproduce our own dictionary. You know, we using this one with the Unicode in it. And then we take the words and we bring them back, you know, and purify them, make them Moorish as ever. Same thing. This is another one of our best friends because of the extensive definitions. You know, the Vigus dictionary. We ain't got nothing against that. That's why I'm telling you, we ain't got nothing against it. We just bringing the measure forth that will come from us. And we already told you that this come from, a lot of these definitions come from the natives. So we ain't finna go back and forth on the argument. Oh, it's European, so a European dictionary. Where they got it from? Answer that question. And I want to give a note too. This is a Coptic etymological root dictionary. Don't make the mistake. This is all right to go into this demonstration, but never make the mistake of thinking you can take this Coptic dictionary and you're going to make it govern the language that existed way before it. Now, there are words that were passed down and came into Coptic, so you deal with Coptic as you deal with Coptic. Don't confuse it with hieratic. Don't confuse it with Demotic even though Demotic is closer to it. You see? And we're speaking to the people out there that don't know no better. You know, nothing wrong with having it, you know, but even when it comes to that, you know, our people are going to have some understanding. So all of these things you can find out here, so much information that is free. So much information out here free to the public for us to be ignorant of the truth. And ignorance simply means not being into the knowing of the truth. That's the worst sin that our people can suffer from. Not knowing because they have rejected knowledge. That's what really makes it sinful. Remember, our people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Since you have rejected knowledge, I will reject you and your seed after you. Yeah. So Prophet Noble Drew Ali came to redeem the Moors from their sin-filled ways. You know, of being ignorant, ignoring the truth, rejecting the truth. We don't say that to be mean. We just telling you the truth. Man, it's so crazy and the world's so wide open now. It seems like we don't get sensitive until it comes to each other telling us something. The European can say anything, or anybody else can say anything about our people, and they don't make no fuss about it. They don't challenge them or nothing. But when one of us get up here, then everybody want to pull out the intellectual gun, so to speak. You know, and do walk-bys and drive-bys and rundowns. They want to, like the young generation say, they want to spin the bean. Goodness gracious. You know, it's just information, people. So also with those particular tools, we want to emphasize this. And I noticed just recently, you know, I had already knew this had pages, but I say, man, it's 300 pages here when we deal with the skillful scribe demonstration. This is going to be very useful, and we're going to give some homework to our family based upon this measure, where we want ones to actually take words out of here, you know, and formulate sentences, you know, from certain portions in our circle 7. That's going to be one of our portions dealing with the homework that we're going to put out here. And so this is our best friend, though, when it comes to learning, the alphabet. There ain't nothing wrong with reading this demonstration every chance you get. Even if you master it, to keep it on the dial plate, this is our best of the best friends right here, because it gives us the opportunity to see with clarity the expression and also be able to become immersed into the language, even though the ancient Kmetians are not here right now. So that when we pull up these other papyri outside of this, we will be well saddled and equipped for the journey along the way. So this is where I had pulled the hieratic from too, the ones I was telling you I had to cut out a lot of that stuff out. You see your bilaterals here, for those who don't know, are biliterals, right here, 2-letter words, and you got a few tries in here, but you're going to find most in the one on the hieratic paleography that I just showed you earlier. So it's a little history in here and education in this particular book as well. If you notice here, this is what we want to get to doing. You notice they had a hieroglyphic coming after the hieratic, which is really how it should be. If it was the case of the order, not dealing with language, because we're not looking at this as a language. We're talking about the order in which they manifested. So we actually see the words written in hieratic, just like I showed you the words written in my expression. I'm pretty sure this one probably, I doubt they did this by posting this over and over again, and copying and pasting, because that would take a long time. So they probably found a way to reproduce, this actual font and put it in a typesetting as well. So we want to learn the phrases in this demonstration. For example, right here, Wedge Ebekati, right? Which means may your heart prosper, leader. We want to start saying these things to our people. Wajib Ket Ibn Keti, you see? And so once we begin to do that, this is again how we immerse ourselves into the language. We see in certain aspects when we deal with the so-called determinatives, the indicators, they have Unicode, they're showing these things. The more we become familiar with the words, the more we begin to identify these things when it's time to read, a particular text or a particular work, and it becomes as natural to us as reading the English language. That's what we're trying to get with this demonstration. So this needs to be thoroughly studied in every aspect. Like I say, want to learn this terminology and make it applicable to the self. Very important that we do that. I think this is the same one right here. Yeah, this is the one I actually put on my page. Shesep Kapuhu Minet, which means the mallet having been taken, the mooring post is driven in. You see? And so hopefully we have driven our mooring post in, and that we have attached it, utilized the golden cord of love, so to speak, in that mooring process. Because you moor vessels, just like we should moor ourselves in relationship to each other. Just like you moor the ship, may we moor ourselves in relationship to each other. And that has to do with the love. You see? So again, we already know this is our tool to use. I don't have to really go over that. That's why I ain't really going into so much so right now. But we will continue to utilize our molar tool and these same things here, because they are necessary in order to give us some clarity and some insight into this drawing. Now, I'm going to give a bonus measure, and this is in reference to the words that I received from my Grand Secretary of the State. Some of them that I was able to pull up, and this is just for a measure. We ain't going to go into the ins and outs of this special demonstration, but we're going to do what we did last week, just emphasizing strong meanings in some of these words and the sound shifting process and the connection of these words. As we can see, our sister brought forth, this demonstration, from the Kemetic level, dealing with pain, grief, trouble, loss, sorrow, poverty, misery. These are some of the words, and you can see they worked at thesauruses here, right? But can't nobody work it like them Arabs when it comes to an Arabic dictionary, though, man. They'll run 4-5 pages. And even in some Israelite or Hebrew dictionaries as well. So what we see is the base connection going back to the word even though the word changed here due to morphology and so forth and so on, what we find out is that the word an is used. So is at the root still, though it's a different word, but we can see that the definition is most definitely applicable to the same one in the Kemetic word, which has to do with poor. So we see that here dealing with poor, being poverty, and so forth and so on. We see a connection with the root here, right? Now, in ancient, well, not even ancient, but the teachings of Islam, you'll find that in the Arabic, they use the word zak'ah. So notice the prefixing of other letters before this word but this actually has to do with the paying of the poor rate. So we see the connection of that word as it goes back to poverty, and then we see the result of what we would call the solution. Zakah is a form of charity, but really it's called the poor rate. You see, so there's connections in these particular areas when we deal with the land. That's a strong word. Here's another word. I wasn't able to find an Arabic just yet equivalent. I'm gonna look again, but there is a connection between the Egyptian word here, ak, and this word nazak, in what they call, the Hebrew language. And this is dealing with damage. It has to do with to suffer, injury. And there it is, to suffer injury. To suffer injury. We see a connection there. So this is the vetting process, of these words. Here's another word. It didn't have an Arabic word either, just from what I can see, but we can see the connection, Ahu. Here in the Egyptian language, this is the Hebrew. It means swamp, marsh. Well, over here in the Hebrew, this word means, and notice it stretches the A out, just like when you come over Ahu. But it says, can the rushes grow? And they're showing you everywhere where it's used at, in different biblical translations in the Hebrew, all that. Can the flag grow? Swamp grow the flag without waste. You see, then they go more into definition. They even show you that this word goes into Aramaic. They even show the connection to the Demotic, which is not surprising because we know if we go into sound shifting, there's a connection between the K and the letter H and all types of measures. But this is Oxu, Aksa. They gave two different definitions and they connected, but you can see there's still some overlap there. You see? So here's another drawing. Our sister, when she was looking at them, she put certain measures up there and we brought it back to show the connection to these words. This is another, it's not an Arabic one that I found just yet. This is a word that's mentioned as sa. And if you go down here, it says also sa, which is ground, earth, floor, and so forth and so on. Now, these are really different words based upon the markers that we see here. But in essence, you see, even though these markers are different, there's a relation, just like I was speaking of when you deal with the letter M and R earlier. And so we have in the Hebrew language, again, a connection. It's not sa alone, but it's bisa. You see, which is up without a marsh. It says, can the rushes grow up without maya, swamp? grow. Papyrus without swamp. You know, so we can see the connection to the soil, the connection to, you know, the meadow or countryside or the marsh. They call it the muck. They got a place called Muck City down here, you know, as well. Belglade, Florida. You know, but it's cause of the muck. They say that muck so thick you can put a car in that demonstration and it get lost. Nobody never find that vehicle, you know, but that's a whole nother measure. Okay, so here we go right here. This is another word we found. This word all, which our sister brought forth as well. You know, and we basically went in, we vetted the word, aiding and assisting like we supposed to. And so what we found here in equivalency is some sound shifting. We found the word tava. We know V is interchangeable, you know, with the special letter W as well. Vol and wall. You know, the T being added, that's just a distinctive measure of morphology going into the Hebrew language. So the definition of the word, though, has to do with being in pain, a wound, a pain, right? So when we come over here, we see the same thing in the Egyptian language, which existed, you know, before the Hebrew. But there you go. Oh, and this is connected, you see, to what will be called tar instead of taval, tar, tar. You see? So it's the same science. Now in the Arabic, we see more of a connection here, you know, between, you know, these things, even though it's awahum, it's all here. And this means compassionate person, one who shows pity by frequently sighing, one who sighs, you know, being soft in heart. Well, sometimes we can be in pain so much to where we descend. You see, we can be in pain so much to where we go into a state of misery, pain and illness and so forth and so on. You already know how it go. That's it. So we see an overlap. So this is a strong word, actually. This is how we vet, you know, what we demonstrate. You see? And we got other measures we're going to bring on the manifest later. We ain't going to get into the actual definition, you know, to the extent the way we put measures on the manifest. This is just showing the connections here. Here's another drawing. You know, whereas I was able to find, and they even put the word katib in there, but they put a different definition outside of the word book. You know, and this was the only one that was there. And that's the author's choice to do that. I can tell he didn't understand because he had the Arabic and the Hebrew and was calling it something that didn't have nothing to do with what the word kataba or katab means. So the Hebrew word, notice it's katab with the H. Kataba with no H. But these are the same different words. This is proof enough to show you that Isaac and Ishmael come through the same bloodline. They just have different dialects. That's why in the Hebrew, you also see the word shalom, or shalom, you see, which means peace. But in Arabic, it's salam. You see, you got to pay attention to things like that. Ibrahim. See, you got to pick up on these things, family. Moses, Musa. You see? So look at this. Again, katab. What does this mean? Well, ateb means the tongue. All books come forth, you know, from an expressive language. So when we say atib, you see, and that's the hard A, atib, you know, we can see the connection here, A-T-H-A-B, you know, A-T-A-B-A. So I see a connection here. So this is a strong word, but it means decree, describe. How you decree or describe? You do it by means of the tongue. Describe, inscribe, prescribe, recorded, register, sign, write, and all of that. You know, dealing with books, he even got definitions in the Phoenician. So I know they got a definition properly when it comes to kitab or katib, outside of what E. Wallace Budge was saying it was, because he was totally off expressing these words. So, kataba, to write, to note, record, collect, decree, scripture, decree. Again, you're using the mouth, the tongue to do this. So there you go. That's your strong word. This is how, again, we can look into this demonstration and know that when we transliterating something, this is the majority rule. This is a consensus of those who have received different variation of this language, and took their own. Now, this is a very powerful measures that we had to bring on the manifest behind this. This is one of the most important ones right here. This is important you get this one here. And I got to blow it up a little bit because putting it together kind of took things off. So what we find is the word shu in ancient Kemet, which has to do with the god of the air. They even connected to ascension or to ascend or sunlight. Shu. They talk about this in the beginning of the creation of Kemet. Shu was present. We can see a connection to the term shu and ashu or isha, asha, esha. What does this represent? Spirit man, God man, God woman, spirit woman, all that there. We going outside of the gender. If you got some shu in you, you got some holy breath in you. You're seeing shu demonstrated just like ka, having the upraised arms, lifting up the heaven, the boat of Ra, which is really synonymous with the soul, the celestial ship of the north. That's a whole nother measure. We'll get into that later. So what we find is the word Kaddish. So the sh at the end, Kaddish, Al-Kaddish. This is connected to this word that has to do with the god of the air, which is breath or spirit. Now, under the version of this here, this finna blow your mind right here, family. And this is the last one, and we finna open up the floor to our panel. It says Hakadishili, right? Hakadishili, right? Kaddish, Kaddish, right? Which means holy. Kadosh, right? It means holy one, holy ones, right? Pay attention to these definitions now. Kadosh, again, right? And they're giving you different variations of it. Now look at this. This is very important for you monotheistic people that don't know what real monotheism is. Now look at these different translations. Y'all this right here finna make a paradigm shift here. You mean to tell me right there in the King James Version, it spoke of one who had the spirit of the holy gods in plural? Now in ancient Kemet, we call that the Netzeru. So why y'all get upset when we tell you, man, it's God then? If he sent Moses as a god and his brother Aaron was his prophet, why you get upset when we say, Jesus is speaking on, those who was about to stone him? He said, yeah, gods, it's written in the word of God. He was quoting the book of Psalms where it said, I have said that, yeah, gods. It also speaks in the Piscean records, though there be Lord, many gods, many, the Lord is a man of war, all that stuff here. But you mean to tell me that when it used the word Kaddish, a Kadush, that is actually referring to the spirit of the holy gods in plural, not the holy God, but the holy gods. Let that marinate a bit to those who don't know what we're getting at. You see? And so now this is the key. When you go into the Arabic, one of the words used for spirit is ruh, because they use it. Ruh al-Qudus is what they call it in Arabic. Ruh al-Qudus. But that word ruh is an extension of heru, even though I didn't put that in here. Rah. It's also going back to the word ruach. So we see the strong word and the strong connection between the Arabic, Hebrew, and the Kemetic. But look at what it says here about this demonstration. Oh, you got to hear it. We just told you about the spirit of the holy gods, right? So it says ruh, the Holy Spirit in Islam, or a person's immortal essential self. Remember, What did we tell you Shu represented? The God of the air. We talking about the Holy God, the Spirit of the Holy God. Remember it said that the Holy Spirit is upon one. The Holy Spirit has to come. The Comforter got to leave because the Spirit of truth won't come unless he leave. You know, this is a spirit that we all have access to. So anyway, it goes further in emphasis. It says the Holy Spirit in Islam, or a person's immortal, essential self. It says the Holy Spirit, Ruh al-Qudus, is mentioned 4 times in the Quran, where it acts as an agent of divine action or communication. So anytime somebody's saying they filled with the Holy Spirit, they're really saying they filled with the Spirit of the God, or the Spirit of Shu, of ancient Kemet. This is what we talk about, Shu Netta. Uh-oh. That's the age we're in right now. They call it the age of Aquarius, or the age of the water bearer. This is the age in which the spiritual water and spiritual knowledge is being poured upon the people, as so far as it has to do with a constellational position. We're in the age of benevolence right now. You see? In the age of Shunetta, coming off the cusp of going into it anyway. But it says the Muslim interpretation of the Holy Spirit is generally consistent with other interpretations based on, it say, upon the Old and New Testaments. Further, the Quran refers to Ruh as Ruh al-Qudus in Arabic, the Holy Spirit or Spirit of Holiness. Or Ruh, now notice how they interchangeably change that word L into the letter R. You see that sound shift right there? That's straight Kemetic, because we know the L and the R relate to each other. So if you ever wonder why when you read certain Arabic meaning, like when they talk about the Al-Fatiha, sometimes you'll see it A-R, Al-Rahman, or A-L, Al-Rahman. But at the end of the day, Rah, Rah, it's still there. If you combine them together, Al-Rahman and Rahim. You see? Oh yeah, we know it too. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim and Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. We can do all that right there. You know, so we know what we talking about over here for those who think we don't know what we talking about. Yeah. So it says the Holy Spirit is more commonly known as Archangel Jibril in Arabic, right? Jibril or Jibrail, the messenger to all prophets. So that Holy Spirit that you have heard of has an identity, and it relates to the angel Jibril. So when they tell you that Mary was impregnated, you know, as a result of being visited by the Holy Spirit, some actually interpret this as that Jibril is the real father of Yehoshua. Some people say that now. But we ain't finna get into those types of arguments. And they say, well, Joseph went along with it because it was the Most High God. You see? That really had to do this work. You know, so there are a whole bunch of arguments we can get into. And we ain't going to argue with you, but we know how our people is. So we ain't going there. The main thing we want you to know is that this Holy Spirit, this mysterious Holy Spirit, has come always as Jibril, the messenger to all prophets. It was Jibril who announced the coming of Yehoshua. It was Jibril who announced, you know, to Muhammad his particular message, a portion that he came to bring. But guess what? He came in the form of a man. He came in the form of a man, people. He didn't come as a spook or an apparition. He came as a man. So keep that in mind. So it says Muhammad ibn Muhammad Shakir Razuma al-Nathani, a soul symbolized as an angel in Sufism, Ruh. It says Ruh or Arwah is a person's immortal essential self. Numa, which is breath, family. For those who don't know what Numa is, they're talking about the breath or the spirit. It says, or soul. Again, remember we just talked about Shu. Kadush, Kadush, Kadush. You see? So then it says, The Quran itself does not describe Ruh as the immortal self. Nevertheless, in some contexts, it animates inanimate matter. This is why he told him in Surah 15, Ayat 26, that he was going to breathe a portion of himself into man. They call it Ruh Allah, the spirit of Allah. But when you talk about that Ruh al-Qudus, or Qudusi, or Kadush, as they said, Shu, you talking about the holy breath of the gods, the Netaru. This is what we mean when we say return of the ancient ones. It is the nature of your divinity that is now utilizing this body, this vehicle, to make the will be done. And when we link our will up with the deific will, we say conform to the will of the great God, the wonderful one. It's the great God Allah that's doing the work, not you. You can get your little cell phone up out the way somewhere. You see? So this is what we talk about. This is the reality of God in man. Ain't got nothing to do with no spookism and all this type of stuff right here, pie in the sky. You know, you ain't never. No, this is talking about God using you to express his attributes to a people. Whatever it is they need, or is most needed, he will bring it to you and it will be tailor-made for them. Or whatever messenger that he sends to reveal it to them. Don't mean you the end all and be all, Most High. But the Most High has the authority to work through you to get to you and everybody else that need to be reached too. So anyway, further, it appears to be a metaphorical being, such as an angel. In one instance, Ruh refers to Jesus. It says outside the Quran, Ruh may also refer to a spirit that roams the earth, a ghost, among the Latif, if Asita, right? Yeah, so when we say Ruh refer to Jesus or Yehoshua is his proper name, don't get it twisted. That don't make you get no opportunity to worship Yehoshua. He just had the spirit of the holy gods in him too. Just like all of us. Ain't nothing new. You see? But he always reminded me, I can't do nothing of myself. He would run from people when they tried to put him on a pedestal to worship him. So it said, Ruh al-Qudus. Ruh al-Qudus, it says the Holy Spirit or Spirit of Holiness, Ruh al-Amin. You see, and Ruh al-Amin is very important because it also mentioned that, you know, in the Piscean records of the Bible, not under that name, it talked about the Spirit of truth. He talked about the Holy Spirit and the Comforter coming. He mentioned both of them in the Piscean records in their translation. So this is enough to see a connection between the truth and a consensus on that. It says the faithful or trustworthy spirit and Ruh spirit are Quranic expressions that describe a source or means of prophetic revelations. Commonly identified with the angel Jibril, Quranic commentators disagree in their identification of Jibril with various uses of the word Ruh. The Arabic phrase al-Qudus translates into English as holiness or sanctity. Al-Qudus, the All-Holy, is one of the 99 names of God in Islam, just as Islam is one of the 99 names in root. The word Ali, the Most High, Ali or Aliyah actually means chamber as well. That's why we talk about being Most High, and the chamber is above the neck. Yeah, but in the Hebrew, the word Ali means chamber. Well, we already know that their chamber is above the neck, don't we? So Ali, Allah, Ali, and we. You know, so this is all through the spirit and the connection. So this word Qudus, or Kadesh, or Kadush, goes back to the word Shu in ancient Kemet. See, this is how you go and you prove what it is that you bring on the manifest. Now, as for those who would like to, you know, just go against something for the sake of trying to go against it without proof, we ain't trying to hear them. We can't hear you. This truth too loud in our ears over here. So Islam, what I'm going to do at this time, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen, because documentation beat conversation. But now it's time to hear from this Moorish American nation. So, all right, Moorish King, we opening up the floor for the panel to give us some grand drawings. Praise be to Allah. I see our brother Marvin Edwards Bay fell off, brother. And if you've been sitting there a while, we apologize because we've been building. Islam. All right, now we give honor to our family too. Derek Witherspoon, touching in Sunlight Bay. Our family say, well, I consider this, an AP course in hieratics. And also show grand divine information. Yeah, we the only one do it, family. The others scared to do it because they content with listening to E.A.R.S Budge. So, all right, we're going to open this floor up first to our Grand National Secretary of the State, Sister Hatshepsut Rakat Ma'at Anpu Tutankhamun Bey. Islam, Grand One.
Islam, Islam, Islam. Having already risen, giving praise and honor where due. Dr. Shaheed, I tell you, this is such a powerful class as always. First of all, cracking the code. Much gratitude to you for the blessing as far as our Muwabic language. Looking forward to getting immersed in that. And also how you brought forth, being able to go back over the other, like the Vigus dictionary and the database and things of that nature. That indeed is a blessing and an honor, because we definitely have to revisit that and get that on the dial plate. And as you were speaking about the template, I tell you, you brought forth so many blessings, just in dealing with self-education relating to self-determination, and those that look for trying to find something wrong with, you're going to find what it is you're looking for. If you're looking for naught, you're going to find naught. This is why the prophet said, finite mind can't comprehend things on an infinite level. So we're here to learn. That's a key degree, recognizing the fact that we have definitely got to go back and put ourselves in the mindset of our ancestors, our forefathers, in order to bring these measures forth, first of all, for the self, and then also for our people in the third and fourth, etc. generations. And just going over the relationship of the special words that you brought forth, we can begin to see the correlation, dealing with Hebrew and Arabic, coming from Kemetian. So I just want to give much honor to you. It's definitely going to take additional research, but this is not a bad thing. It's a glorious thing to be able to unfold into what is our own, So again, the prophet states, we're not a beggar nation, nor do we intend to be. So this is just a grand measure. I want to give you much honor for all the work that you have put in, to bring forth to your special people. So gratitude more for calling me forth. Much peace and love to all of my Moorish kin. Islam.
And Islamism to you as well, Grand National Secretary of the State, for the work that you have done as well. And all of you on this panel, all of the scribes here that have aided and assisted, me in this great work, and it's just an honor, reciprocal help and mutual obligations. We have been demonstrating, it's man, we can't thank Allah enough. And to our brother Marquis L, he says, so you're saying the hieroglyphic is not the oldest writing, right? That's exactly what we're saying. We're saying hieroglyphics really are not a writing. It's actually been remixed, in Ptolemaic systems of cryptography, which have nothing to do with ancient Kemet. So they need to take the Ptolemaic hieroglyphs, for those who claim to be Egyptologists, and keep that over there with Ptolemy, and deal with the ancient Kemetic hieroglyphs as our ancestors dealt with them as metaphysics, and go into the codes that exist therein that these ones have been trying to hide. You see, so yeah, most definitely the hieroglyphics, you know, even if you were trying to look at them as a language, you know, just speaking in general, not you, Marquise L, but anybody, you know, if they were looking at them like that, they still wouldn't be old, you know, in being the oldest alphabet in the world. No, you know, you got to go back to the hieratic. You know, you got to go into the Iberic Egyptian that we've been talking about. You know, you got to go back to the reality of Tehuti being the god of right. You know, so praise be to Allah. We give honors to your family for that question, though. You know, Islam. So at this time, you know, let our family come forth, you know, and bring forth their measures. Want to hear from the rest of our scribes, you know, before we put a divine seal on this demonstration. Islam.
Islam.
Islam, Sister Curta Bay.
Islam. Honors has already been given. All I can say is, woo-wee, gratitude, God, man, for everything that you have done. And I just praise the great God Allah for you, for Him calling you. You have put in so much work, and we want to give you your honors. We give you honors for all that you have done, all that you are doing, and all that you will continue to do. Everything that you showed us is so powerful. And I just want to encourage my Moorish kin who are out there listening. We brought you everything. We are bringing you the information from the highest plane of spirit light. And I want to encourage you to go back and listen to the recordings. But I always want to encourage you to always keep an open mind. When I was on my journey in the church, my pastor always taught me, he said, keep an open mind. And if we say something that you don't understand or you might not can't receive it, put it on the shelf. Because when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. Don't just shut us down and say, you know, that it's wrong. Always keep an open mind and know that we are bringing you the truth. We're not here to try to hurt nobody or try to put nobody down or nothing like that, but we're not going to lie to you. And I remember when I was in the Piscine era, I read a book about the lies my teachers told me. If you've been lied to, if the slave holders, the one that put you in slavery, how can you think that they gonna tell you the truth and get their knees off of your neck? Do you actually think they're gonna give you something that's gonna actually help you where you can be all that you can be? Family, you got to wake up. You got to wake up. And I challenge you, like Dr. Shahi said, do your research. We put it out here, but do your research on what we're putting out here, because you're going to come up with the same thing. And last but not least, when he was talking about the self-taught, family being self-taught, and he showed you, you don't have no problem with Mark Twain. I wrote them down. Mark Twain, Thomas Edison, Benjamin Franklin, and Albert Einstein. When they say they were self-taught, you don't have no problem with that. But when we are self-teaching ourselves and we doing the research, documentation beat conversation, you have a problem with us. Family, I just ask you to start to love yourself. Start to like I say, listen to these playback. Go back and listen and listen and listen and listen. And do your research. And I encourage you to continue to come. We love you. We're going to tell you the truth. We won't tell you anything that's incorrect. And we want to let you know we love you. We appreciate all of you out there who come time after time to listen to us. And stay in there with us, family. Stay in there. Islam, we love you all. Gratitude, God, man, for letting me share. Peace and love.
And gratitude to you as well, Goddess and Queen, for sharing. You know, a powerful measure indeed. Praise be to Allah. Islamism without the schism. You know, this is the only place where they can get the true Sabbath teachings of ancient Kemet, because the Moors are the custodians of that special teaching. I want to give honor to our beloved brother, G.M. James. We want to dedicate this particular class to the elder too. You know, we got to put our chairman, in the top of the box when it comes to dealing with these special measures of the history we have. And we give honor to our brother G.M. James because he broke the Boule cycle and began to reveal the truth and tell you not only it ain't no such thing as so-called Greeks, even though we use the terminology, all of their science and scholarship come from us. If the people who took them off the count, killed them because of the philosophy, then why would they name the philosophy Greek philosophy? See that right there should raise your brow right there. That's what the brother G.M. James was saying. And then he tell you that the Moors were the custodians of the knowledge after Kemet fell. So it was the Mari people, the Moorish gods. We've been able to trace all this stuff back, all the way back to anthropology. I mean, what more is there you need to know at this particular point? So there's a powerful draw. And I had one actually respond to one of the posts I posted the other day. And y'all know I be up in the wee hours. And I was just getting ready to lay down. And 4 o'clock in the morning now. Want to go against a post. They wake up. Like, goodness gracious, I was always told, when I get up in the morning that I should be worrying about God. So if you get up and you worry about me in the morning, then I don't know what that's to say about one. I ain't trying to be your God, but all I'm saying is I wake up, I'm thinking about the Most High. I ain't thinking about another human being, so to speak. You see? And so and this is just a bonus. This is just a bonus right here, family, to go on with it. So ones will know exactly what I'm speaking of when I address things, because sometimes you can say things, they sound a little open-ended, and ones really don't know exactly where you're coming from unless you take them into the context of what you're saying. And I'm referring to this post here. This is my feed. So I post what I want to post in my feed, right? At least it should be like that right there. So I just said, well, many say the people of the books of the Abrahamic faith are fictional. But how could biblical archaeology exist if the characters of interest are non-existent? Make it make sense. You atheistic fanatics. I says the turquoise mining, it says, is concrete proof of the Canaanite present. It says in the proto-Sinaitic historical site. I say our Israelite family must come to grips with the fact that if they don't embrace their Canaanite origins, it will continue to be an uphill battle concerning their true identity. I say as it relates to the biblical archaeology as a whole, and we are descendants of the ancient Canaanites, accept your own and be yourselves. You see? And so what I was referring to is that there being an evidence of Egyptian operations in the area of Proto-Sinaitic area, Sarabat al-Qadim to be exact. It says 3000 BCE, the 20th dynasty was particularly aggressive in exploiting these resources. The principal Egyptian operation in the Sinai was at Sarabat al-Qadim. Graffiti at the site include engraving of Egyptian transport ship, right? Perhaps not unlike the one featured in the shipwrecked sailor story. The Egyptians mined the turquoise, and this is an excerpt from the shipwrecked sailor too. It just jumped out to me when I was going through the document. The Egyptians mined the turquoise by carving out large galleries in the mountains. At the entrance, it says E.A.R.S gallery. there was a carving of a reigning king. It says of the 19th century, the British attempted to reopen the mines. Their operations destroyed many of the royal reliefs. There does remain a bas-relief of Sekhmet of the 3rd dynasty, and one east facing Jebel Magara is a mountain. It says the Egyptians also constructed a temple of Hathor at Sarabat el-Kadem with the help of the Canaanites. We know the Canaanites were really a semi-Kemetic Egyptian tribe as well. Basically they colonized the region. But when you look at what I have here, because they say they were digging and mining turquoise. Now this is evidence of the turquoise that had been mined from that special site, right? And it has the seal of Hezekiah on it. And you see that same alphabet that we've been talking about earlier, and this is called Paleo-Hebrew. You see, and you see the seal of Hezekiah there. This is another measure. How can there be archaeological findings and yet these things not have truth to them? Who carved them? You see? So that's the seal again. That's the seal of Yaqub Har, which is Yaqub of ancient Kemet of the 15th through the 16th of the 17th dynasty. This is the actual turquoise drawing of it. Not drawing, but it's the actual measure. This is the Jezebel piece that was found as well in turquoise. So when you go into that particular area, there's a lot that has been uncovered. So for one to deny archaeology now, because all of these things are proof that somebody was there, that's being demonstrated just for the sake of demonstrating denial. And denial in the face of the truth is not proof, of something being false. That's just you not willing to accept or ignoring what has been presented to you. So yeah, I had one wake up, and they challenged that particular post. And one was basically saying, yeah, them characters don't exist. Everything was esoteric. That's the big statement people making now. But what they fail to realize is that, yes, there's some esotericism in the text. There's some metaphysics and symbolic teaching in the text, but there's also some historical context in the text as well. You see, so we draw as it is above, so it is below. As it is within, so it is without. So we can get into the cosmological expression if we wanted to speak on these stories. But if you don't have the historical base and context, it don't make no sense. So you have to read it from the historical context to be able to utilize in teaching the metaphysics of it, the esoterics of it, the symbolic meaning of it. You see? So that being said, I'm going to stop sharing my screen and open up to the other panelists, our brothers Marvin Edwards Bay and our brother Bati Bay. And we're going to take this demonstration, like I said, and put the divine seal on it.
Islam?
Islamism.
From gratitude, yeah, I'm getting ready to step out. I just want to say, this is Dr. Edwards Bay, praise and honors have been given. Very powerful class. National Assistant Grand Sheikh, Dr. Shedu Amiti Moheji Sepsuel. I mean, you put in so much work for your government, for your people, for yourself. You know what I mean? Because that's what it's all about. You recognize what you were called to do, and you're doing it magnanimously. You're inspiring me. You know what I mean? So I know I need to, put forth even greater efforts to come forth with what I was blessed to bring forth. You know what I mean? As we all need to do. And I just say gratitude for all you do. And I concur with everything you say. You know what I mean? With the knowledge that I have. So I just say keep up the good work, God, man. And we love you. Peace and love, family, panel members, Morris Ken, Morris Americans, and those friends and sympathizers. Gratitude and peace. Islam.
Islam, gratitude and peace. Islamism, we love you. Scribe, praise be to Allah. Islam. All right. Brother Bati Bey, you have a closing remark?
Islam. And all I'm gonna say to the to the family, I like that terminology, didactism, and the fact that this is how even Imhotep was. He was a what do they call it? A cross intellect. He was a master of many different sciences. It's not because he sat in somebody's school and decided to go to go find a teacher that was going to teach him something. The thought got planted, the seed got planted, and then from that seed, he brought forth the understanding. And when you think about the movie The Matrix is telling you the same thing. You go within, and there's so much that you can conquer. There's so much that you can know. There's things that once you go within and you use your meditation, you use the even the purity of the food that you eat or from what you eat, and what has been given to us to really embark on these things. And this is how you tell. I can tell that you yourself when deep within. I could tell by the chairman's book that he went deep within himself. There's not the carnal flesh will not dictate something this lengthy on its own. So it takes you going within and tapping within the power and the recesses of yourself, your God essence in order to bring about things, and this is how most people in their this is how most people are able to achieve, some things that may, the mortal mind would seem supernatural to. And I just want everybody to realize that, this is the greatest of the teachings. I've never been taught to this magnitude, nor could they reach me. So it's honors to be able to be reached at this point in time. And, from Morse kin and all that, is done through the government. And with that, I'll leave us a couple of peace. Islam.
Islam and peace, brother. We give honors to your scribe. Honors to all of you on the manifest in this new era and time. We just want to say we love you. And we are here to build, not destroy. We are here to build, not destroy. So we encourage our family to, again, like, share, and subscribe. And pass this information on and enlighten your people, because the best is yet to come. We still got more to bring forth. We also have an open ear to the public, and anything it is that they would like to bring forth, this is always an open forum. So, gratitude, Islamism, and at this time we'll go to our sister Curta Bay and let the scribes take us into the highest plane of spirit life. Islam.
Islam. Great class. January 15, 1929. A warning from the prophet to be read at every meeting. I hereby inform all citizens that they must end all radical agitating speeches while at work, in their homes, or on the streets. We are for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be of severe consequence. We are for love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any citizen or group of citizens who hold malicious feelings toward the government or the prophet or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card and button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet Noble Jew Ali. And if the prophet is not right, the government is not right. The prophet, therefore, is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the government. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful ways by the order of Prophet Noble Jew Ali. A holy covenant of the Asiatic nations. Ye are the children of one father, provided for by his care, and the breast of one mother have given you suck. Let the bonds of affection, therefore, unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness may dwell in thy father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brother is in adversity, assist him. If thy sister is in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all in your love to each other. Islam, Islam, Islam. This meeting is officially adjourned according to Act 2. Go in peace, Moors. Islam.
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 Islam, great class.
Great class. Islam. Love your family.
Gratitude, Morskin.
Gratitude. Peace
Praise
and love.
Allah.
Islam, Morris King, you know we love you, and you know we getting ready for our Sunday school class. Goodness gracious.
Islam.
That's right.
Once the
We love
guys
y'all
of the
too.
guys of the nation arrive.
Islam.
Islam. Yeah, Islam to our chairman too. I know
Yeah.
Islam, man. We love you, brother.
Yeah. Love you, Chairman.
Love you.
All right now.
Peace and love.
Peace
Peace
and
and
All right,
love.
go. Peace and love. Go in peace, Muslims.
Yes, sir.
Islam.
Yes, sir.
Islam.
Islam.
Peace and love to you, family. You know, it's all love to y'all out there, everybody that came in and showed their support. You know, it's all love, family. We're going to keep bringing these truths to you, and we won't abandon you. You know, none of our people will be left behind. So we love your family, and make sure you share this particular video because it's packed with wisdom. Shimo Tepu.